Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships for round number 7. Oh, this is going to be a great one. Hope you enjoyed the intro. We are live today here on YouTube and Facebook as well. Yeah, Facebook. I don't know how long Facebook's going to go for. I don't know how long their streaming thing goes for. But anyway, we have 3 camera angles covering the circuit as per usual, but they're all new. We got new cameras. We've been trialing the 4K ones for a while, so we got this view that we've had for a little while. Obviously the VHS is just because we have F100 here this weekend. Oh yeah, I wish there was a clapping sound effect that I could put in. But we've got this one here that we have all the different ones. We've got this one that's just covering Billy's, the S's, and part of the back straight. And then this one here, which is also 4K as well. I do have control over angles on this one. They won't be used as often. But yeah, we've got that one too. Look at the VHS effect that I've got here going. But yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 7. If you don't know who I am, I'm your commentator for today. I am Alex, and well, I'm here for the next 7 hours or so. So hello to everybody who is viewing on Facebook. If you are here on Facebook, then please, if the stream does stop at any time, head over to YouTube just to make sure that you don't miss out on any of today's action. Where I managed to somehow get multi-streaming going on. So yeah, really excited to see how this one plays out for today. So yeah, live on Facebook for the first time ever, I think, for the Kart Club Championships. I can see comments on both platforms, so if you do send any support in, please put it in the chats on both of the places. Right then, let's get into the program of events for today. For round number 7, like I said, we're joined here today by F100 Classic meets Modern. So F100 go out first, followed by Honda Cadets, and then it will be the Rotax Cadets, Junior Rotax, and then Senior Rotaxes will round out your running order for today. Practice today is 2 5-minute sessions, so splitting it up just a little bit. 3 heats, as per usual, they're all 8 minutes plus a lap. And the finals, once again, just like last time, 14 minutes plus a lap. But a little bit different for the F100s. The graphic says 15 minutes. They have agreed on 13 minutes instead. Some people wanted it a little bit different. Some wanted 14, some wanted 12. That's how it goes. So, let's end the VHS effect for that bit. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we have for today. So here we are then, running with practice currently out on circuit. We are just missing out on the end of the current roll through of it all. So yeah, we will go through and watch things move along here shortly with the second round of all the bits and bobs. It is rather miserable up here at the circuit today, in the sense of that it is not raining, it's just cloudy, but really warm, 20 degrees outside today, which is going to make for some perfect bits and bobs going on. But yeah, like I said at the start of the stream, we do have new cameras taking effect. The old ones you can actually see there just on the gantry. These are a little bit further back than the old ones, but like I said, we can zoom in to locations. So once it flicks over, I can zoom in to the hairpin and horseshoe as we used to before. And then this one we do have, once again, top end able to watch that one with the F100 flags proud and present, and we also can track down the circuit again and then a little bit up to go to the other bit of the horseshoe there. So yeah, lots of camera angles today to hopefully give you them during the racing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get the track mic on, and we will get into practice for today. We'll get into the second lot of practice. We'll see what's going on out there. Just need to find a way to get the comments shown on my tablet here. Monitoring the stream on Facebook, just in case it does turn off for whatever reason. Yeah, like I said, I don't know how long Facebook allows you to stream for, as it is all new to us, all new to me. But yeah, so like I said, there's 2 sets of 5-minute practice going on. So we've just done the first runnings through. Whilst I was making sure that the Facebook live stream was running well, whilst we were getting ready to stream away today. But yeah, we'll get all of that underway, hopefully. We get running shortly. It's a bit different. We normally do have just one solid practice session. But yeah, we're going through new ones. Don't forget, throughout today, you'll be able to find all the results, especially for practice as well. If you want to see any practice results from practice 1, you can check them out by scanning the QR code. If you are on Facebook, you might have to find another device to get that one through. But yes, if you do want to scan the results, if you're watching on YouTube, then scan that QR code. And you'll be able to get straight to all of the results available, I think. It's got just a standard link, so hopefully. Yeah, so if you just click on round 7 when you get there, and you'll be able to see it. Oh, and we'll see what sort of lap times everybody does today. So we are starting a little bit earlier than usual. Normally start when the racing kicks off, but for today we've gone for a different approach. We want to see what's going on in practice, and yeah, we can see what is going on today on track. So the big ambulance out today. But here we go. I think we're going to be getting something shortly coming from the pit lane. So the F100s, obviously the classic karts. We got pre-2000 and pre-95. All 100cc karts. As they come flying out onto the circuit here. Phenomenal sound. I love it when the more classic karts come around Clay Pigeon. This really gives you a sense of the past. But yeah, look at them fly on through. Let's get the usual track mode on. So 5-minute practice. We'll get the best lap times up when they come on shortly. So coming from the top end, let's see what times come about. So it is all based on best lap with practice, a bit like if it was like a qualifying session almost. So you can see roughly what times these are all doing. But currently 9 out there for practice. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of racing we'll get from the F100s. So, quickest at the moment is Will Barnes with a 36.16. We've got Cliff McDonald, which is a 36.87. So 2 different sets of groups. out there for this one. So 3 minutes remaining as we fly through this practice session. Absolutely loving the sound. Let's just get raw sound here for you. A very unique sound indeed. But yeah, seeing all the times running through for this practice session for you all. Once again, hello to everybody who's just tuning into today's stream. We are just watching the practice sessions go through at the moment. We are live both here on YouTube and onto Facebook as well. But if you do want to check out any of the bits and any of the extras, pop over to YouTube, mainly just in case the Facebook stream does end up turning off for whatever reason. I'm not sure what the maximum time is. I did see 4 hours, so hopefully it lasts more than 4 for everyone's sake, so we can watch on different platforms. Something unique and different for this round, and then hopefully we can maintain this throughout the year as well, for next year too. So a lot of these will be going into the pits throughout this one. The mandatory that you need to do with these is 3 laps, but that can be in either 1 or 2. So you don't actually have to participate in both practice sessions if you don't want to. So you can always go to different ones. Personally, I would take both practice sessions. Mainly because I can't really drive. But so a few more here coming through. A lot of them in the pits now. We only got 4 on track. So 4 blasting around the circuit for now. Not long left to go anyway. As we near the end of this one here. As the clock has ticked to 0, so checker flag is now out on circuit. You just about see the graphics on the digiboard. I wonder if we got any grids for the practice sessions. We do! Ooh! That looks nice. That was working. So here we go then. The grid for practice 2 then. A lot of familiar names out there. Eddie Duncan and Max Smith, they're both novices. Just the way that the interface is, it does get rid of the black. But yeah, transparent. You can still see what's going on in the background. I like it when things work. But yes, practice 2, ladies and gentlemen, up next. A lot of familiar names out there in the Honda Cadets. Quite a nice grid for the Cadets today, which is really, really nice to see. And enough to split both grids as well. We got Rotax in a separate grid. So 2 sets of racing, lots of competition on each side of the Cadets. From previous live streams and previous races, we all know that the Cadets can produce a very interesting race indeed. So out they come then. Speaking of the Devils. As they fly on out for their practice session. So we've got like Luke McGall out there, Charlie White, Nikita Roberts as well, just to name a few. Let's we zoom on up to the top bend here. Let's see what sort of times we get from the cadets in their practice session. Not necessarily meaning it's going to be their quicker ones, as it all comes out onto screen for you all. So at the moment, Luke McGall with a 42.82, so setting some pace early doors. Nice little pack forming for this practice session. Might get a hint of roughly what sort of competition we're going to get for this one. But yeah, we could see some great racing from two of the drivers, especially Charlie White, Nikita Roberts, two that usually are close with each other every time they race out there. They always seem to find each other eventually throughout the racing. So as they go around the horseshoe there, Nikita Roberts just in front of the 72 of Finley Thursfield. Sometimes a dark horse out there. He can produce some great racing out there within the field. Daniel Barton is one as well. Eddie Duncan has shown some great pace throughout the year. Watching him improve throughout. Max Smith, believe a new driver to the Kart Club Championships. Joshua Kynaston Wade back out there once again. So Charlie White currently technically second out there race, like not race wise, but track wise, as we can see he is just having a little bit of fun with the 58 of Daniel Barton. So quite a few movements at the top. Luke McGall still with that 40.72 for their second practice session. We'll go to the practice 1 times for you all. So in practice 1, Luke McGall was quickest with a 40.980. And Nikita Roberts was doing a 41.420. She's currently doing a 41.07, so has improved, and I think Luke McGall has done as well. So we'll see how it plays out on the race conditions. Obviously, it's just practice, so sort of a bit of fun for these lot before it gets a bit more serious out there. And a contact warning given for a practice session. There's a bit of fun and then there's a bit of contact. Yeah, still try and keep it clean though. So those that are just joining in with us right now, as the numbers are fluctuating on both platforms. We are just going through the second lot of practices here at the circuit. 2 sets of 5 minutes that all the drivers have been granted. As we are reaching the Honda Cadet, to the end of the Honda Cadet practice, we'll be then moving on to the Rotax Cadets shortly. 2 separate grids for round number 7. This time last year, round 7 joined by the Rotax Festival. This year was a month earlier. And a nice Rotax Festival it was. A bit on the quiet side compared to previous years. But nevertheless, still got us some great racing in the field. So 5 seconds left on the clock as the checker flag has now fallen, which unfortunately means Max Smith and Joshua Kynaston Wade have, unfortunately, unable to do another lap. So getting ready at the top end for the rest of these coming down. So 40.96. So fastest is still a 40.72. Nobody else is able to get close to that, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of that practice session for the Honda Cadets. So practice 2 then for Rotax Cadets. Oakley Riggs is back once again. Tommy Morris is back as well. Just to name a couple of the drivers out there on the field. So we should see some great competition from here, and also we want to see if Oakley Riggs gets another powerful performance for the Rotax Cadets racing. In a lot of the races this year, he has been rather dominant in one sense, but also still pressured by the rest of the grid here. So green flag from the pit lane indicating that practice is now underway for the Rotax Cadets here. As practice 2 gets underway. So going into the horseshoe, we've had a spinner from the number 16, which is Max Tomsip. And there goes Oakley Riggs just over the line there as he gets ready to set some times out on the track. We'll have a look at the times that they were setting in practice 1 for you all, as it was Ethan Coupland that was quickest with a 39.740. And he is out there at the moment. Times are not being set at the minute because the session is not technically actually running at the minute. It is running. Hopefully the timekeeper will change that one very shortly. But yeah, Ethan Coupland was there with a 39.740. Oscar Churches with a 40.380. There was also an unknown transponder out there as well, so I won't know who that one is. But last time out, Arthur Kaiser with a 42.71. I think by the looking, just scrolling on through, Ethan Coupland 41.54 is what the quickest was out there for that first opening lap. As it will seems to change around, but there we go. As it literally, as I just put that one on, it's now all set and ready. So there's all the times for you on your screens. 40.60 by Ethan Coupland. Oscar Church is a 40.63. There, that is some 2 close times. Forecast is meant to just be like this all day today, so if it does get a bit foggier later on, I do apologise if you can't see much through the live stream itself. It's a couple more come on over. Oakley Riggs just setting 41.3s at the moment. So yeah, like I said at the start of the stream, those that have just joined us, we do have 3 new camera angles that are all high quality, full HD. 2 of them are 4K capable, but we do zoom into them so it does lose a little bit of quality in that sense. But we're still looking at Ethan Coupland being the quickest driver out there at the moment, as we have 2 there. Close, the 19 and 79, Tommy Morris and Arthur Kaiser. So a couple more moves around the place. Arthur Kasich just going up by 1 for the timesheets. As we near the closing stages once again for the Rotax Cadets. We'll be next heading to the juniors. Once again, that one can and will definitely give us some action on circuit. As last round definitely gave us something to watch. So no movements on the timetables at the moment. 40.08 is still the quickest that we have, with 30 seconds remaining. So those that are watching today, make sure to send in your support, either if you are watching on Facebook or here on YouTube. I can see both chats throughout today's live stream event. So please do send in your support, and they do get put out over the YouTube live stream here. Speaking of that, though, we are now here for the checkered flag for this practice session, as fastest out there is still Ethan Coupland, who once again was quickest out in the previous session, a little bit slower than last time out, as the track gets into its rhythm. Bertie Wellesley down there in the bottom right hand corner of the YouTube live stream, once again. Some could say a fan favourite. Right, then let's go to the grid then for the junior Rotax, and there's a couple of drivers on here that are definitely going to give us some racing. One driver that has been out in Europe, Ava Morris. She's back once again. I've been watching, viewing her Instagram bits and bobs while she was over there. By the sounds of it, she has done very well. So well done to her. Didn't know what the overall outcome was, but I'm sure from the first day that I saw it all, she was doing very well. She aimed for the finals, and I believe it was a top 10 in the finals as well, so very impressive. Taylor England's out there as well with Izzy Lawton. Taylor England being one of the novices by the looks of it. Karthik Kumetta's out there as well. Very polite driver, I'll have you know. Who else we got there? Archie Dyson, Hani Sadiq is out there as well. Kai Pepperell. And Izzy Lawton, just to name a few of the drivers out there today. So once again, 5 minutes on the clock, and that will give us our running for today. Junior Rotax down to 16 drivers, which is a little bit shorter than our previous rounds that we've had up here. So a slightly smaller grid, but a lot of these here to mix up and change up the championship as it comes through. So then, times are on the left hand side for you all there on the live stream. It'll all be mixing and moving around as it all finally settles. Yarrick Metters with a 37.61. So some quick times being put out straight away. And looks like he's battling along with Archie Dyson out there at the moment. It's going to be mixing a lot out there with the speed of some of these juniors. We have some really quick juniors on the grid, especially this year. So we'll see how that plays out in today's races, and also who's going to be topping the timesheets. Once again, we'll talk about last, the first practice session that was not broadcasted. Joshua Withcombe was the quickest out there, 34.230. There is 20 juniors, so it seems like a couple of drivers have gone ahead and not participated in their second practice session, which they're more than right to do so. You only need to compete in at least one of them, well, not compete in one of them, but at least set and do 3 laps in practice 1 or in practice 2. So Joshua Withcombe, 34.63. This has a all speed around the track here with only 2 minutes remaining for the practice session. And it is a 34.63 to essentially beat at the moment. Only 2 drivers on the grid at the moment to hit the 34s. Jarek Meta's very close to doing that, but he's set a 35.01 for his quickest. So very close to getting in there. As the order settles once we get into rhythm. Karthik Kameta 6th fast, now 7th fastest. Ava Morris is shooting up to 4th. Quickest out there. She's just set a 34.81 for her quickest time. She's definitely one to look out for today in the racing. So under a minute as we come to the closing stages of this practice session here for the juniors. So more times just settling in here. Nobody able to get to Joshua Withcombe. He's gone quicker with a 34.39. Speeding along here as more of the grid join into the 34s. So 2 seconds left on the clock, and it is then checker flag, meaning that is the end of our practice session here as Jensen Cox and Neve Allen go over the line here. As a couple more shoot up the order and they fly over the track here. So here we go, Jarek Meta's being 3rd quickest out there. These are the lap times that we had available to us. Quickest, once again, is Joshua Withcombe, 34.35. So then, Senior Rotax Practice 2 will be the next one up then, and let's see how this one goes. Bertie Wellesley out there, as I said earlier. Arthur Thacker, Mr. Outside. Billy Edgecombe out there as well. Reese Pope returning once again. Henry Swanson, another driver out there. We have Megan Bruce as well. Cameron Crockett. Just to name a couple of the drivers that we have with us today. So we'll just wait for the exit of the pit lane to become free, and then we can go ahead and get ready for this practice session here for the seniors. Before it does kick off, let's check the senior Rotaxes. And Daniel Tribe was the quickest with a 33.470. One of 2 drivers to hit the 33s in practice 1. So as a few of the drivers come out here, like I said, not all of them might not participate in this one. There's a bit of something going on there between Cameron Crockett and the 61 of Daniel Tribe there. But here we go then, getting some laps on the screen, getting some times set. 36.55 for the opening warm-up. So there's a total of 16 seniors here today, to which at the moment 11 are participating in practice 2, as Cameron Crockett flies up to do a 36.47. Daniel Tribe taking it slow for the starter. So 34.15, Daniel Tribe out there for this one. As we set off early for some times, Cameron Crockett 34.08. Are we going to see the 33s for this practice 2? We still have another couple of minutes left on the clock to see what comes around. So Reese Pope, his first year for the Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Ex-Club 100 driver, so he knows this track very well. And delving into the full-out Rotax here for this year, and doing very well indeed. As some might say, he knows how to hack around the circuit. So, down to 10. As we are closing to just under 2 minutes now for this one. 33.60. Daniel Tribe punting in the laps. So he's taking a slower lap there at the end. Seemed to be catching Crockett, so just wants a bit of room. So ladies and gentlemen, those that are just joining us for this live stream event for round number 7 of the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. We're just going through the second lot of practice. The first practice was not broadcasted, but you can scan the QR code on the right-hand side of this live stream, and you'll be able to see all the times that were set in practice 1 and the previous practice sessions that have played out already at the start of today. So 3 in the pits, meaning 8 remain out on circuit. Daniel Tribe really quick out there, 33.60. 7 remain as another pops into the pits with 30 seconds remaining. Those that are just joining us as well, we'll go through the program of events whilst the end of this practice goes on through. So the running order is F100, Honda Cadets. Then it's Rotax Cadets, Junior Rotax, and then the Senior Rotax. Practice that is already finished now was 2 minutes, 2 sets of 5 minutes even. 3 heats, as per usual, that are 8 minutes plus a lap. The finals for our normal classes is 14 minutes and a lap, And as we are joined here by F100, their final is actually 13 minutes, which has been altered from the program, so the graphic is a little bit different to what it is. So just to refresh all our memories there. So then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to set the grid for F100 for their appearance here. Our guest class, so Owen Potter and Richard Plummer will be on the front row, with Ed Moore and Tyler Whedon on the second row. Stuart Guess is at the back all by himself. But we've got Stuart Guess out there, number 30. Third row goes to Liam Hamling and Chris Hughes, with on the fourth row Cliff McDonald and Paul Warner. And on the fifth row, Andrew... Oh, it's already starting today. I stutter my words a little bit every now and then. I'm just going to make today entertaining, isn't it? It's Andrew Godfrey and Peter Griffin. Not the one you see on telly. This is a real life one. Peter Griffin here on the fifth and final row that we will be broadcasting here. Pressing all the wrong buttons today as we get ready for the racing. And get ready to see what we get for this one. So I think it might be 2 rolling up laps, which is what we usually do. But not sure what it is going to be for the F100s. And it will be a little bit later on. I've just been informed that we'll be starting for the first race at 25 minutes past. So in 10 minutes time. So what we'll do is that we'll take a quick stream break and we will return very shortly once everything gets underway. Okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Just once that song actually got going. So hello everybody, welcome back to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships round number 7. So, yes, we are back, getting ready for the grid. So let's remind you of the grid then for heat number 1. Those that have just joined us, don't worry, you have not missed out on anything. So Owen Potter, Richard Plummer on the front row. The rest there on the screens for yourselves. Will Barnes and Matt Dobson are on the different ones because it's F100 joining us, and they have joined us with the pre-2000s and the pre-95s. And we have some beautiful noises coming through the screens today. Hello to everybody in the YouTube chat. Hello to everybody who's watching on Facebook as well. Those that are watching on Facebook, if the stream just randomly stopped for whatever reason, it's not me. It's Facebook's limits. But hopefully we can have the full stream here on Facebook. If not, the link to the YouTube is on this post anyway. And those that are watching on YouTube, hello. Reggie Clay says hi. Hello. So we're just getting ready, waiting for the F100s to make their appearance here, as everybody is getting ready to get going for the first race of today. Lots of racing to be had today, 3 heats and a final. Those that have joined us, we'll go through the program of events for you all very briefly whilst we are waiting. So the running order is as follows: F100 followed by the Honda Cadets. And then it's Rotax Cadets, Junior Rotax, and then the Senior Rotax to follow suit. So the practice that they had this morning was 2 sets of 5 minutes, to which they had to compete at least 3 laps in one of those. The heats today are 8 minutes plus a lap, so the usual if you are a regular viewer of these championships. 14 minutes for the finals plus 1 lap, of course. And the F100s actually have a 13 minutes plus a lap, which has been changed this morning to the program. That's why that one is a little bit different to normal. And don't worry, I'm not going to use a VHS overlay. Make it all old, just like the days back then. I'm only joking, that's really taking the mic. Weather today is 20 degrees, cloudy, not with a chance of meatballs, but it is nice and warm today, which is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Well, actually, it's saying 21 degrees. So, hopefully you're all ready to see some action today. Like I said just a second ago, yes, we are live on Facebook as well. It's the exact same stream on both platforms. But there we are. Anyway, let's get into today's action then. As we go for the formation laps here. Wow, what a sound they have. What a sound. This is the soundtrack to our days, ladies and gentlemen. So it'll be a couple of rolling up laps for this one. Mainly because it is push to start. As these lot are figuring out here at the end of the pit lane. We're going to see this quite a few times today. As they try and get in started once again. So you may see a couple of reruns if they can't get it started. Hopefully these guys can get these carts started. Sometimes they can be a pickle. I do love watching everybody from the exit of the pit lane just scurry trying to get the carts running. So as one's getting ready there, we'll get ready to start this next race. I believe we might be going round again. Possibly. But we might be going. We shall find out. And it will be going back round again. AKA a full start. Which I think they're going to try and get everybody involved to start the race up. The 37 still trying to get going. I believe that might be his last attempt before the race actually kicks off. So I think we might just be going away without the 37, which is one of the things that can happen with these karts as we go on through. But are we going back around again, or are we underway? And we are underway for heat number 1 for the F100s. And what a spectacular sound for the start of the race. So leading the way is the 32. That being Owen Potter, who I believe did start on the front row, so being challenged already by the 48, Chris Hughes. A very quick start from these as we go from the top bend here down the main straight. Running order on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream. Let's go through the current running order for the F100s. Chris Hughes, followed by Tyler Whedon, Liam Hamling, Richard Plummer, Owen Potter, Peter Griffin, Edward Moore, Paul Warner, Ian Turner. Then your top 10 rounds out with Andrew Godfrey. And leading the way is the pink and green. And I believe that is still the 48. Very quick, these karts around here. The 53 followed by the 1. Whedon right on the tail of Hughes. As we are at the top end to come down the main straight once again. Some of them looking for the inside. The 1 mounting the curb to overtake the 48 of Chris Hughes there. He's up into second position. Going down to the 53 of Tyler Whedon. And possibly challenging for that first position straight away. So into the horseshoe. He's going for the inside. Down the inside he goes. Swift, quick, fast. Is that why he's got the number 1? We shall find out. We've had a one go off into the cut through there, as you can see briefly as we scroll through the camera angles here. But it is a quick battle between the 1 and 53 out in front. Richard Plummer is in 4th. And that looks like we'll be losing the 56, and that being Peter Griffin. So less than, well, just over a tenth is the gap at the line between the 1 and 53. Whedon trying to hang on to the rear of that number 1 kart. As we come on down the main straight here, is challenge number 2 for the 53, swiftly down the inside, way before Billy's. And he takes back the lead from the number 1. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of switches between these two as we fly on through down towards the hairpin. And as we go around the hairpin here, still no change between the two. Down the inside, it's deja vu constantly here. The number 1 retaking the lead once again. The 48 of Chris Hughes, just reviewing this. He is currently 9 tenths behind our leaders at the moment. As we come down the main straight, these two trying to challenge each other once again. The number 1 taking the inside line before the kink. Not allowing the 53 to overtake for this one so far. Through the S's, down the back straight goes Hamling and Whedon. A little bit further back, Richard Plummer in 4th, Ian Turner 5th, Owen Potter 6th. Richard Plummer with a bit of a gap there before he gets close to Chris Hughes for that podium position at this time. So up at the top bend here is Hamling and Whedon. And it's a deja vu once again. It's a switch just before the kink. We're going to be seeing this a lot this race, I imagine. The two challenging and swapping for the positions, which will slowly bring Chris Hughes back into the fight for that top position. A switch, 53 retaining back the lead as we go up towards the top bend here. Down the main straight we come once more for these two drivers. No switches before the kink. Hughes still 9/10 away from our second position. That 9/10 does not look like it out on circuit wise. Really looks different to person. But here we go then, around the horseshoe once again. As we go up towards the top bend. And down we come to fly through another lap for the F100s. So Hughes just over a second behind our front two runners, which have been playing positions for the opening laps of this race. Whedon still leads it at this time, followed by Hamling. Hamling's still right on the rear, though, of Whedon. Tyler Whedon out there just maintaining that lead. But here we go, back down the main straight we come once again. Hamling a little bit further behind than previous times, so no swaps between these two for now. As we go through the S's, back straight once more. 1.4 the gap now. These two flying away from the rest of the grid. Richard Plummer, 2 seconds behind third position here. So we might not see too much from them for now. 53 having a look behind him, just seeing how far back Hamling is to himself. Hamling was the quickest out there, still technically the quickest, 34.72, set on lap number 3, whilst these two were toying with positions. But these two settling in slightly here. The number one taking slightly from similar lines, and just trying to change it up to try and nibble a few tenths here and there, even maybe a few hundredths. So down to the kink and into Billy's we go. And still nothing between these two for now. 33 right on the rear, the 27 going into Billy's. Andrew Godfrey and Paul Warrener. As down the inside at the S's goes the 33 to overtake the 27. As we come down the main straight once again, 58 seconds remains. There's still no changes from our front two leaders. We have lost two drivers in this one, Stuart Guess and Peter Griffin. One retired, well, both retired, one in the pits, one out on track still. As we come down the main straight here for our race leaders. 21 seconds remains, and no challenges set by these two for now. So 3DS is down the back straight, the 53 still leading it to the number 1. 2 tenths that gap before the line. Playing it safe around the horseshoe. As we come, ladies and gentlemen, to the last lap of this race. So it's go time for the number 1. Only a few corners if he wants to take first for heat number 1 here. But as of current, it's Whedon who leads it and has led it for the last couple of laps. So around the hairpin, towards the horseshoe. And then we'll go towards the top bend here because, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checkered flag. After the top bend, down the main straight. No sprint here between the two. And it's checkered flag going to Tyler Whedon, followed by Liam Hamling for second. And then Chris Hughes rounds out your top 3 for positions here. Ian Turner will take 4th, Chris Hughes 3rd, Richard Plummer 5th, Andrew Godfrey 6th, Paul Warrener 7th, Matt Dobson will take 8th, Edward Moore will take 9th, and then rounding out the 10th driver on the grid goes to Owen Potter. But a very quick and action-packed start to this race for the F100s. And next up will be Honda Cadets. Will they be able to give us similar stuff? We won't know until a little bit later. So the grid for the Honda Cadets. Get rid of the checker flag. Nikita Roberts is on pole alongside Luke McGall on the front row. Finley Thursfield and Daniel Barton on the second row. Oliver Ratton and Charlie White on the third. Joshua Coniston Wade and Max Smith on the fourth. And then on the fifth row at the back, on his own, Eddie Duncan. Some very quick racing there from the F100s. I definitely want to have that back out again. Here we go then. Formation lap for the Honda Cadets. So 8 minutes plus a lap. Like I said, Nikita Roberts and Luke McGall on the front row. Martin C, I will take that on board and I'll do that for the next one for you. So then, ladies and gentlemen, as we round out to the end of the second formation lap for the Honda Cadets, we get ready to kick start off their race here. So just going through the horseshoe at the moment. This room now starting to turn into a sauna. So top bend. And down the main straight as we are underway for the Honda Cadets for heat number 1 here. And leading the way, that is the 15 of Luke McGall. Nikita Roberts close behind. 58 a little bit wider coming through the S's there. Ooh, pressing all the wrong buttons there. Get there eventually, Alex. Jesus. So as we come towards the top bend here, we get ready for the action from the cadets here. So coming down the main straight, we go. It's Luke McGall, followed by Nikita Roberts, Daniel Barton, Finley Thursfield, Oliver Ratton, Charlie White, Eddie Duncan, Coniston Wade, and then Smith at the back. A lot of swaps going in there. 22, I think, ahead of the 72 now. As we go through the hairpin and horseshoe combo. Nikita Roberts staying onto the rear of our race leader, McGall. Up towards the top bend. And down the main straight we come for these front 2 runners here. McGall, Roberts, Barton. There's a change that was done earlier in the lap between Ratton and Thursfield. Opening lap times a 41.01 matched by Luke McGall and Nikita Roberts. Yes, you heard correctly. Matched. Both of them setting the same lap time out there. Very quick between the two. As Roberts trying to stay on the back of McGall throughout this race. So we head on into Billy's. You have a bit of a gap there. 1.7 is the gap between second and third. So they got a bit of playing room here. Roberts really staying similar lap driving style to try and stay very close to the rear of the 15. So around the right hander we go towards the top bend, and as we come down the main straight we go once again between these two drivers. No change from the rest of the field at the moment as they are all staying with each other and playing it out, waiting till near the end. 58 looking to the right a little bit, nearly went over the sausage curb there. Horseshoe for the 15 and 63. Top bend here. And once again, back around we go here. Here comes the train of third downwards for the grid. Barton leading that train of 4, consisting of Rassen, Thursfield and Charlie White's at the back of that one. Down the inside there goes these 22 on Barton. Rassen now up into third position, but the gap is about 2 seconds here. So challenging to try and catch up again. Inside line for Thursfield. So he tries to get up into 4th. But currently staying in the positions that they are. So like I said, it's still a 2-second gap to leader. Look at the gap between Nikita Roberts and Luke McGall. 0.07, you could barely fit a fingernail in that gap. As these two are literally bumper to bumper. The 58 back retaining that third position once again. Roberts really playing the long game here. Waiting for the right moment to attack. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. We're well under halfway. Sorry, well over halfway. As they fly on through the grid here. There's our battle for third. Barton into third once again. And it's swapping at the S just before the S's again. There's 22. Must be a favourite spot for him. Whereas the Ratten back up into third. These 4 battling around for that final position for the podium. Charlie White still at the back of that pack as well. So coming down the main straight is our 2 race leaders at the moment, McGall and Roberts. 0.09. She's really not letting go. She's staying there. More moves happening again for the battle of third. 58 going up into 4. Some point Thursfield overtook to take 4th. Constant changes here on the grid. McGall's still the one leading the way though, with a 1 minute 55 remaining on the grid. My God, Roberts is not letting go, is she? She is stuck to McGall. Time to plan the attack at the right time, though. Ratten is leading the group for third. Just about to go into the hairpin as our race leaders go in towards the horseshoe. So there is the gap, about a corner ahead from the rest of the field. Roberts with the fastest lap of a 40.66. So as I go through the S's, Roberts just really trying to keep that gap as close as possible, because the last couple of laps here is going to be crucial to take the lead. But with a nearly 5 second gap to the leaders here, she has a big enough gap to battle away for the last couple of laps. But currently, chilling for second. So more attacks going down here at the S's with a 58 and 72. Charlie White playing it safe to hopefully try and take advantage. He's still chilling in 6th position. Meanwhile, the clock has hit 0. So, the last lap here then for our 2 at the front. Luke McGall versus Nikita Roberts, as instantly McGall goes for the defensive into Billy's. He knows what the plan is. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Roberts still in second for the last lap here. And McGall is defensive into the hairpin here. Defensive. Roberts really trying to look for a gap to go through. But this could be a drag for the end. Top end. Down the main straight we come. And like I said, it is a drag to the end. It's going to be close. Woo! 0.05. Luke McGall takes the win by 0.05. Wow. The drag race did happen in the end. Roberts so close to getting that. But in the end, it's McGall, Roberts, Ratton for your top 3. So then Rotax Cadets will be out next. It's Dewey Hockridge, Arthur Kaiser on the front row. What a battle between those two today. Roberts not letting go to the rear of McGall for 3/4 of that race. If not, possibly all of it. Beautiful views out here today, but here we go then for the Rotax Cadets M for their formation lap. So we've got a few drivers out there that will definitely fly up the order a little bit. Oakley Riggs being one of them. He seems to sneak up the order. We have 8 minutes though to contend with for this race. So second formation lap just being completed here. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the Rotax Cadets for their first heat today. 8 minutes plus a lap. Down the main straight we come. And we are underway for the Rotax Cadets for heat number 1. And a strong start here through the S's for the 78. And like I said, Oakley Race is going to shoot up the order quickly, as he's already up into 4th position here. So around the horseshoe, towards the right-hander, and then up towards the top bend we shall go for this one. Contact warning given to Oakley Riggs, the WC, our West Coast champion. That was a very dominant weekend from him. I think he won every single race that weekend. Down the inside, shoots from the 5th position there of the number 18, Oscar Churches on Arthur Kaiser, one of our novices out there. And the only novice for the Rotax Cadets this weekend. So we've got a battle going on at the front here between the 78, 43 and WC. Down the main straight we come here. Oakley Riggs on the pole side of the grid, sneaking up into 2nd position. And will he be going for first as we go into Billy's? It's on the inside. Ooh, and not having the pace just at the moment. The quicker one out there at the moment is the 43 of Ethan Coupland, who was able to just stick on the outside and maintain that lead for now. Top 4 very close together, all within 6/10. And it's going to be intense for these 4. Try to rhyme. Bad idea. I just reheard my joke. That's really embarrassing. Right. Fast out there is Oscar Churches. Down the inside, by the way, at Billy's, just as we have a look at the times there, goes 4th and 3rd. So the 78 ahead of the 18 once again. Do Hockridge ahead of Oscar Churches. The novice really trying for it as he goes down the inside once again at the hairpin. It's close between the 2, but ahead goes the 18 ahead of the 78. Once again retaining that position. So top end, down the main straight we go. And that's a name I'd love to see in the chat. Hello, Alan. How are we doing, good sir? So back to the racing around the hairpin. Around the horseshoe, Oakley Riggs still 2nd. As off into the grass goes the 16 there. Just about to see him off screen. Coupland, Riggs, Churches, Hockridge, your top 4 as a gap starts to form as they settle into the race as we near the halfway mark here. Oakley Riggs real close to the 43. When I say close, it's about 4/10 close. So top bend, down the main straight we come. And not much action to be had from the front runners here at the moment. Keeping an eye on these current gaps that are on track. 4/10 between Oakley Riggs and our race leader Ethan Coupland. 7/10 between Oscar Churches, who has actually gone away from Hockridge. Nearly a second between those two, but it is Oscar Churches about 7/10 behind 3rd. So the 43 calm and collective out in front. Alan said he's getting there, and he will see you soon. Oh, that's good news. Real good news. Harry saying the live stream is looking a lot better now. Thank you very much. We have invested in some new cameras for this round. So 2 cameras are capable of 4K, and the other one is full HD, aka 1080p for the nerds. So yeah, all new stuff for me. It means there's a lot more buttons for me to press. But thank you. I do love seeing those sort of comments in the chat, so thank you. So towards the top bend then we go, and still leading the way is Ethan Copeland. I got confused then because we were approaching one of our back markers, which is Max Thompson. He had a spin down at the horseshoe for about half a lap or so. So blue flags being waved for the 16 as the 43 is then. And just looking in the background of that as well, Oakley Riggs is really closing that gap up. It was 7/10 previously. It's now 3. So the 43 getting stuck behind the back marker with the blue flags, which in tow brought Oakley Riggs a bit closer, but he then got stuck behind the back marker because he tried to take a different line, so the gap stayed the same. So for Copeland, that's worked out alright. But for Riggs, it's worked to get that gap closed even further. It's getting even more smaller, that number. It's going to 0.31 between the two. Church is trying to close the gap as well, but blue flags for the number 16, who hopefully will be out of the way shortly as we go towards the top bend here. No changes on track-wise throughout the whole grid as well. But from the top bend down the main straight we come, keeping an eye on that time. Church is given a contact warning. That was when he was stuck behind the back marker. As a gap nearly open there for the yeses. Wow, how did that not have a change of plan out there? Riggs going for the inside. Copeland was wide. But Riggs could not keep it real tight. That is a very tough area to try and keep really tight as speed. And as such, just slid along the track. And they both stay and maintain their positions. Last lap is coming up, though, as the clock has now gone down to 0. So this is the last opportunity for Riggs to try and get that lead and try and take the win for Heat 1. But at the moment, Copeland's the one leading it. And he has done for a fair while here. Less than a tenth the gap. At this current time, over the line it was just a tenth. Riggs with the fast lap out there, 39.82. As they are toying for the position there side by side. Not fully side by side, but Riggs taking a different line. The 43 able to keep it tight. As I don't have focus on a camera for some reason. Hey, there we go. So coming down the main straight then. Whoop, tried for it. He tried for it. But it's Copeland that takes the win for the Rotax Cadets, followed by Oakley Riggs. Oscar Churches take third, so a very high position there for the novice driver. If he does finish in the top 3 today, only 1 trophy. There is only 2 trophies, I believe, because it's 1 in 4, so he might get a novice trophy instead of third. But there's the results for you all there on your screens. Ethan Copeland winning that one. Fastest lap, 39.82, sorry, for Oakley Riggs. And Oscar Church is in third. Grid time. And the grid for the junior Rotax. It's Archie Dyson and Max Chown on the front row. So we shall wait for these to appear out on circuits. Got a couple of people chatting away down the side of the circuit here on the fence. I'm just getting told off for sitting on the fence. Here we go then. The bigger grid of today, and the biggest grid of today, 19 out on circuit for the junior Rotax. And regular viewers of this live stream will know that the juniors do provide a very competitive race. Not just at the front, but at every single side of this race. So top bend and down the main straight to finalize the end of this formation as we get ready to kickstart off the junior Rotaxes once again. So as it gets slowed up by posts 3 and 4, and we get ready to grid up for these guys and girls out here on the grid. So slowing right up there just before the top bend. As we will be getting ready to kickstart this one off nice and packed up there at the top. Really taking their time here, waiting for the acceleration line, which are those 2 cones there, and the line on the track. And we are underway, and a very, very, very clever and good start there by the 72 as he played the grid. Great start there as he had control of the grid, being the pole man. We don't see that often here, but that is a fantastic start there. So coming from the top bend, as my voice is going for some reason. So it is Archie Dyson, followed by Max Chown, Rufus Holmes, Lawton, Cometa, Pepperell, Ava Morris in 7th, Withcombe 8th, Metters 9th, and then Matthews around out your top 10. So around the hairpin we go. Dyson with a second lead at the start of this race, but it looks like Chown is closing that one quickly. As currently yellow's down at Billy's whilst the tyre wall gets repaired. So it is locking out Billy's for the moment. A lot of changes out there on the grid. Kian Downer getting ahead of Jensen Cox in the back of the grid. Top 3 split from the 4th. Lawton is the one in charge of that group of 4 for the moment. She's the one that is got the grid behind her, but also trying to catch up to the grid in front. Still yellows down at Billy's. Still no opportunities to be had there, as a few drivers caught out by that one, as they bunch up together real close at Billy's. Meanwhile, bunching up, talking about that one, Holmes is now on the back of Max Chown. There's a couple have gone wide there. Ava Morris in there as well. We got a big mix-up down there at the hairpin, as the 30... What number? I've lost number track here. But there has been a big mix-up there. We'll have a look at the changes as they come on down, but someone slowed up enough to affect it, as Metters goes up 3, Sadiq goes up 2, but Withcombe and Ava Morris both losing out on a lot of positions there as they go a bit further down the grid. Top 3 still together. We'll keep an eye on that one as we go on through, because the current challenges are here in the middle. So around the hairpin and horseshoe, through to the right-hander towards the top bend. A lot of charges be happening soon. As we come down the main straight, look at them. One on the one side, one on the other. They're all trying to toy for position. No changes as we go into Billy's. Is anybody going to open the door slightly? Not at the moment. They're staying in a conga line for the moment. As if someone's retired at the back there, and I think it was a black plate. I think it was a 62. Has retired. Just coming out the S's there. Slowed right up, and everybody managing to get out of the way of that one. So to our leaders then, where we currently have Holmes right on the rear of second place here, just over a tenth, or just under a tenth and a half. Back straight locked out just for the moment, where we have the retirement of Hani Sadiq. There's a little nudge there from the 13 on the 11 near the back. And I'll rephrase that number. 43. Contact one given to Alfred Matthews. It's been quite a few contact warnings actually by the looks of it. Right, keeping with our top three then, as everything's settled in the midfield. As Archie Dyson's still leading it. But the 94 of Holmes really sticking on the rear here of Max Chown in second position. In the background, Jarek Metters closing the gap. And he's coming to join this party of three. So go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Really close between the 94 and the 76. Speaking of the 94, he is in second position here. We did miss out change of position. Meta's coming to join the party, and he just... Mid-commentary sneeze. Dyson, Holmes, Chown, Metters. It's a party of four. Through down towards the hairpin we go, as the top markers here, the top drivers, coming to our back marker here. The number 74, that is Leo Steed. Quite a few changes on the grid here, but we have another retirement there. That was the 74. Who has also popped into the pits there. Metters on the inside for Billy's. Goes for it, but it's a switcheroo. Is it going to follow through? No. There was a slight gap, but Metters had it planned. Not too bad there. And Chown having to back out just before the S's. The door was left ajar. It was not enough to go through. So towards the top bend we go. We'll get that change on the screens for you now as it only updates to go over the start finish. So Dyson, Holmes, Metters, Chown. The 29 of Withcombe is slowly joining. 50 seconds left on the clock though. So it might not be enough time to join us. So going through the grid, we have had 4 retirees. Ava Morris only recently, a couple of laps ago. Not sure what happened there. Leo Steed, Hani Sadiq, and then Aidan Clark. They are our retirees so far for this one. And I've now just seen why Ava Morris is in. She was given a black flag. I did not see that one. She had received 2 contact warnings previously, so I'm going to say that was down to contact. Speaking of that, it didn't happen at the front, but it's very close at the front here because the 72, Archie Dyson, is at threat now for that first position on the closing stages of this race. So towards the top bend we come, down the main straight. It's the last lap, and it's going to be a last lap of drama and moves. In there, Meta's second. Ahead of Holmes. Dyson still leads it from the start, which I must say is probably the best start I've seen all year round. He goes defensive to Metas. Into the hairpin we go, out towards the horseshoe. Very defensive here. Holmes on the rear of the 3. It's going to be close between the 3 as we come to the top end. Ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight. I'll get it right sometimes. It's close, but it's Dyson who leads it from the start and takes the win for heat number 1 for the junior Rotax. Metas second, Holmes third, Chown 4th, Whitcomb 5th. Metas 0.06. That was a close finish. Indeed. But there we go. That is the race results there for the junior Rotax. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the grid for the senior Rotax then. And this time it's Billy Edgecombe and Sean Rashid on the front row. By the way, if you want to check out any results, there goes Pete Thomas. Oh, mate. The funniest and craziest man I know. Legend. As I was saying, if you do want to see any of the results from today's racing, then make sure to check out and scan that QR code. It will send you to the results that get published. Obviously, they are all provisional when you do see them on the live stream here. So once they are officially fully released, after all of the bits and bobs, then you can see them on the alpha timing through that QR code. Josh Robinson watching from scrutineering as he's crying at my crying emoji face at my "you're all right, mate" to Pete Thomas. Here he goes. Up to the top. So seniors are out next and will be out through all of the first lot of heats for the start. So we get ready for seniors then. Hopefully coming out momentarily. And here they are. So then the formation laps here for senior Rotax. Out the front, like I said, Billy Edgecombe is the one that has control of the grid. So he listens to them whiz on through as we get ready for the formation lap to end and get ready to kickstart this race off. So here we are then. Sean Rashid in second position. Going up towards the top end to get ready for the start of the senior Rotax for their first heat of round number 7 here. And we get ready to enjoy some action. So from the top bend then, in glorious 4K. And we are underway for the seniors then. Into Billy's we go for Billy. He's still out in front at the start of this one on the outside. It's the 32, challenged by the 25. Cameron Crockett in there as well. Just seeing him around about in 4th position. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Edgecombe with a slight lead now with the closeness of the 32 and the 25. The 25 being Rufus Flan. Towards the top bend we are. And we get ready to continue this race. When I say continue, I mean actually start it. Edgecombe, Rashid, Flan, Crockett, Wellesley, Page, Pope, Burt, Thacker, and then Daniel Tribe. Arthur Thacker around the outsides, as he is very good at those in previous rounds. Very impressed with his overtakes this year. So down the inside goes Crockett on the 25 there of Rufus Flan. So we come down the main straight. Edgecombe leading by 7/10. Crockett on the charge though. As coming to take the place back. Flan on Crockett. It's tight. The door is open. Oh, and a bit of contact by 2 there. Puts the 30. Is that the 38 of Reese Pope? There was a bit of touching from either side there. I think that's knocked Cameron Crockett out of the race though. Unfortunately, he's not happy. But down the main straight we come. So yellows at the S's, knocks that out of play. Edgecombe still leads by a little bit. As second position is the 32, followed by the 25. Flan's found some pace here as he's now catching to the rear of Rashid. Reese Pope's in the pits. Very weird incident, that one. 5:44. Edgecombe leading by nearly 2 seconds here, as in second position at the moment, with the S's locked out for yellows, is the WC. Saw a puff of smoke there coming from the 32 of Rashid as he came around the corner. So from the top bend, down the main straight, Flan with a contact warning. And the WC of Ben Page is in second. Down the inside, but the gap wasn't that open. That was the 51 of Jamie Burt. What's going on with the seniors today? That has put the 32 of Rashid right out of contention at the front row. And the gap just keeps opening because of all of these contacts going on today. So it's now Edgecombe, Page, Flan, Tribe, Wellesley, Thacker, Burt, Martin, Swanson. Then McAllister for the top 10. So 2 more drivers out of this race. As we come towards the halfway mark, and it seems like we've had so much happen already. So Edgecombe then leading by just under 2 seconds, with Ben Page on the charge with Flan right on the rear of Ben Page. Reggie Clay saying the sun's come out. I know! Who would have thought? It's summer. So down comes Billy Edgecombe with that lead at the moment. Still 1.8 seconds for the gap. Fastest is Daniel Tribe, who is chilling in 4th to come towards our top 3. So around the horseshoe we go with Rufus Flan trying to edge that gap ever so closer close. That made sense. So around the top end, down the main straight we come. So WC still with a 2/10 gap to Rufus Flan, who has been trying to find an opportunity window. At the moment, they are playing the longer game for now, as we also do have Daniel Tribe trying to catch up to this one, and also Bertie Wellesley's on the back of this one. He's definitely not one to keep out of this one. So Flan still keeping that gap really close. Just under 2/10 was last time over the line. So really keeping Page in check. So top bend, down the main straight we come for these two. And he's really keeping on the rear of Ben Page. Tribe has been closing that gap ever so much each lap on. Not seen anything as of yet. Like I said last lap round. Possibly playing the long waiting game here. So everyone charges on through. But just keeping an eye on those gaps because it will close. Now nearing the minute mark remaining. Well, we'll see what will happen. Page has gone defensive into Billy's. Feeling Flan's presence. And Daniel Tribe is now here as well. So it's a double defensive. Wellesley here too. Like I said, can't count Bertie out of this one at the moment. I called him Bounty for a second. So top bend, down the main straight. Edgecombe still with that 1.8 second lead. Ben Page still defensive, and in fact, Flan and Tribe still joined that defensive line. 20 seconds remain, so I think by the time they get back round, we'll be going on to the last lap here. Possibly. You might squeeze out another lap. But Page's gone normal. 25 of Rufus Flan, defensive in the horseshoe there. 6 seconds remain, so I think we'll be seeing the last lap here very shortly for the 22. So it's go time for these drivers here from second downwards. Page not going defensive. Flan defensive into Billy's. Rufus Flan wants to keep this third with the threat of Daniel Tribe behind. Once again, the other two defensive. It looked like Daniel Tribe was taking a completely different line to everybody else. Bertie Wellesley is still there too. The 51, though, out of nowhere. Jamie Burt. Meanwhile, we'll have to take a step back because coming to take the checkered flag is going to be Billy Edgecombe, but the rest coming on down the straight here. It's Ben Page who does maintain second. Rufus Flan for third. Daniel Tribe fourth. Jamie Burt fifth. Bertie Wellesley will take sixth in the end. And then Arthur Thacker will take 7th, Jacob Martin 8th, Henry Swanson 9th, and then Nick McAllister will take 10th. So round out your top 10 and is a top novice for that one. And it is Daniel Tribe who's fastest, 33.81. Start calling the top 3 Mr. Defensives. Ben Page and Rufus Flan. Similar plans. Right then, grid for checker flag Donald. Get rid of that. So it's Cliff McDonald and Paul Warner on the front row for the F100s for their second one. Those that have just joined us, you have just missed out on all the first heats. But if you're on YouTube, you can rewind and head on over to all the first heats available. Or you can just check out the results when they get published by scanning the QR code. Right then, the grid then, again, for the F100s, I'll just run through them once more. So in the front row is Cliff McDonald and then Paul Warner, followed by Andrew Godfrey and Peter Griffin. Then it's Andrew Everett and Ian Turner for the third row. Owen Potter and Richard Plummer on the fourth row. And the fifth row, drumroll, is Ed Moore and Tyler Whedon. Once again, those that are viewing on Facebook, if the live stream does turn off for whatever reason, it's not me. Let's face it, with limitations, but it might last the whole time. So if it does cut out, click the YouTube link, and we are live over there. Hello to everybody that is on the YouTube chat. Hopefully you're all having a lovely summer-ish evening, afternoon. I don't know what to call it in England, really. Like I said, for the first time this year, and I think ever for the Kart Club Championships, we had live both here on YouTube and Facebook, so you can rewatch all the live action on both platforms. And we'll have continued highlights later throughout the month for round number 7 for each class, and we'll kickstart it off with the F100s that will get their race highlights out and about. I think if it's like Heat 1, I think it'll just be every single race. So here we go then for the F100s. I still love that noise. So coming on back round after the first one. Got all 15. Looks like the 37 has managed to get himself started this time round. Anyway, let's get ready for the Heat 2 for the F100s. They have to start a little bit quicker than the other grids, because if they're too slow, they'll stop. So around we go. A few coming to join the rest of the grid at the back. But let's get ready for this one. 8 minutes in the lap as last time. And we get ready to kickstart this one off. So down the main straight comes the grid. And we are underway. What a noise. So leading the way this time round for heat number 2 is the 56, followed by the 14. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. On the inside there is the 23. Sorry, the 33, I think that is. Yeah, 33. 23? Where am I getting these numbers from? That's on the outside was somebody else. Running order on the left hand there. Look at them fly on through. So leading the way is Peter Griffin, the number 56. Currently 1.29 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. 33, Andrew Godfrey in second. Very closely in third is Ian Turner. And a change for positions between McDonald and Hamling. The 53 and the number 1. That's the number we're going to keep in toy with. 2 at the hairpin, unfortunately, come together. We'll see if they'll be able to get themselves running back up again. But it's still very tight here. 4th onto 3rd as even the number 1 sneaks through as well. The door very close there. Yellow's at the hairpin though, whilst these other 2 try and get themselves out of sight. Unfortunately, it looks like we've lost them for this race. As we go towards the top bend. Flying on down towards the main straight we go. The number 0 up there. The 53 down the inside of Turner. So Whedon up into second place. That's the name from the last one who was toying with positions of the number 1, who is currently behind Turner. So hairpin. Again, yellows are still out, just whilst everybody's on the wrong side of the tyre wall. Horseshoe is the next play zone. And up we go here. Like I said, 2 seconds is the gap for the leader here. The number 56, Griffin, really high up ahead. Turner trying to close that gap now. Through the S's, down the back straight. The 0 still ahead of the number 1. As we go into the hairpin and straight on down the inside goes number 1 now that the hairpin is free to race. And the number 1 up into 3rd. So a couple of drivers out so far as Everett and Hughes. As Hamling, like I said, up into 3rd position at the hairpin from that lap. So quick times so far as our leader is slow and unfortunately looks like might be retiring from this race. The 53 just managed to sneak on past, but the 56 here with a flat. He's got a puncture. That explains why he's slow. 56 there with a puncture. Tyler Whedon takes the lead. Hamling in second. We could be seeing a deja vu from the first heat here. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. 3rd position is the 0. The 33 in 4th. Top 6 relatively close in this race. All within 3 seconds. So I would say close as a metaphor. So Whedon has a second lead here. And very closely so is 3rd too. Best lap goes to Tyler Whedon with the 34.98. So the number 1 slowly closing the gap out there. 1.1 second is the gap. Whedon just a lot further ahead of the field compared to Heat 1. Whedon, Hamling, Turner, Godfrey. This race a lot quieter than the first heats. A lot of the action happening near the start here. The 17 of Ed Moore starting to get close to the 7 of Richard Plummer. Down in 5th and 6th position. Whedon is still leading the way here, and looks like he's got pace. As the last lap round, he did set the quickest out there of a 34.96. As Hamling about 2/10 slower previous. So 1:20 remains on the clock, and the F100's here for their second heat. We have lost 3 drivers of Peter Griffin, Andrew Everett and Chris Hughes. The last 2 there unfortunately came together at the hairpin. And Peter Griffin getting a puncture, of all things. So closing stage of this race approaches, and Whedon still has that lead, and it's 1.5. The gap has grown as Hamling unable to get close enough for the current period. So towards the horseshoe we go as we come to the last couple of corners here for heat number 2 for the F100s. Like I said, Whedon has led this one for the last couple of laps. As we now are onto the last lap of this race. 1 to go. So around the hairpin and horseshoe. Whedon has led it for the last couple of laps after the retirement of Peter Griffin. And coming down the main straight, and will be taking the checkered flag for the F100s for heat number 2. It's Tyler Whedon, followed by Liam Hamling. Ian Turner will take 3rd for this one. Andrew Godfrey 4th, Richard Plummer 5th, Edward Moore 6th, Will Barnes 7th, Matt Dobson 8th, Cliff McDonald will take 10th as Owen Potter took 9th. And the retirements on this one is Peter Griffin, Andrew Everett and Chris Hughes. Fastest is Tyler Whedon out in front with a 34.94. Okay, then it's time for the cadets for their second heat. Then, ladies and gentlemen, it's Daniel Barton and Oliver Rasson on the front row. Charlie White and Nikita Roberts on the second. Luke McGall and Finley Thursfield on the third. The fourth row goes to Eddie Duncan and Joshua McConniston Wade. And then Max Smith will be at the 5th and final row on his own for now. And if you want to check out any of the results that have happened so far, you can scan that QR code on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream, and you'll be able to see all the currently published results. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we go for the formation lap here for the Honda Cadets for their second heat. Gotta love the sound of banging behind you. Someone bent an axle. So then 8 minutes plus a lap for the Honda Cadets once again as we're on the second set of heats. All the results for the first heats are being published through the QR code that was on screen earlier and now. So feel free, if you want to find those out when they get published, feel free to scan that QR code. And to those that just joined, you've only just missed out on the second heat for the F100s, and the second heat for the Honda Cadets is just about to begin, so you're just in time. So coming down the main straight then. And ladies and gentlemen, we are underway for the Honda Cadets for heat number 2. 8 minutes plus a lap. Who's leading the way at the start of this one? Because we got some side-by-sides. Not at the front, because it's the 58 of Daniel Barton who's leading the way at the moment. It's all scrounging around at the front there. Someone's snuck down the inside. Is that the number 15 or is that the number 12? Very similar from a distance. And it's a 15. That is the one that snuck right into second position there. So towards the top bend we go. Come down the mound straight. Main straight. Look at them side by side. As we go on through, so it's McGould, Thursfield, Barton, White for your top 4. Real close, trying to sneak and open the door there is the 22 ahead of the 12. As Ratton sneaks up into 4th. So around the horseshoe we go. As we try and find the right camera angle there. So a couple of changes out there on the grid. Ratton ahead of White. That's the one that we saw earlier. But at the moment they are sticking within a train of each other. Down into the hairpin. I think that's Nikita Roberts right on the back there of Eddie Duncan. As she tries to make a move, and she does indeed, just at the horseshoe there, trying to sneak on the inside. Still side by side for the right-hander, which does play in hand for the driver behind. And as such, change of position. And when I say change of position, no change of position between the two. So we're still looking at McGould leading this one with a gap of 4/10 at the moment. Roberts really trying to find a way ahead of Duncan. Will she try again at the hairpin or horseshoe? As we go around the first part and then in towards the horseshoe. Stays with for now. As we go to the right-hander towards the top bend. As we come down the main straight once again for McGould. Thursfield at threat by Barton. Ratton in 4th. Really looking for another position again. Doesn't try and open a door this time round at the S's. Stays behind. Train of 3 with White, Duncan and Roberts. It's the WDR. Nikita going down the inside. Very close with Charlie White there. In fact, they touch each other. A bit of contact between the two. Doesn't affect them too much. Roberts back down to where she was. It looks like it all settled back to where the positions were. So no changes between those. But as we come down into Billy's, Duncan and Roberts are down the inside of White, and as such, before Billy's, they are now ahead, and through the S's, they are ahead. Anyway, to the front, where there has not been too much change, but it's been more the way of drive, as the second, third, and fourth drivers of Thursfield, Barton, and Ratton trying for a move. Charlie White's been given a contact warning here. So Roberts ahead of the 57 and 12. She is now in 5th position, as she targets the next location of 4th. The 22 of Oliver Ratton still staying though in her place. In his place, as Nikita Roberts is behind her by 2 seconds here. As we are well past the halfway mark here in this race, Luke McGall with a just under a second gap here. Ratton really right on the rear of Barton. A little bit further behind after they get to the horseshoe. Top bend. And down the main straight we come. So we settled into this race a little bit. Second, third, and fourth haven't changed for quite some time here, as Roberts and Duncan starting to split away from Charlie White. I feel like he's slowed up the last couple of race meetings. Through the S's down the back straight, goes 72 and 58. The 58 really close to the rear and looking for an opportunity for the inside at the hairpin. As we go around the hairpin, he is through. And someone else trying to get involved. Ratton trying to look for that inside as well. Unfortunately, not there for the moment. We'll try again another time. But a change of position. Barton up into second. Thursfield down to third. As we go back round for another lap. Under a minute remaining. The closing stages have begun, and it's action time for a few of these drivers. But it's mainly at the front here where I think we're going to be seeing the action, as Ratton trying to make opportunities work out. So through to the right-hander towards the top bend, just where our leader is about to go to, being Luke McGall. From the start. So still no changes from those drivers here at the front. Ratton still is trying to find that gap. Down into the hairpin we go. Still nothing. As Thursfield looking to try and reclaim that second once again. A little battle between the 58 and 72 there. Quickly stopped as they go through the horseshoe towards the right-hander. And as we come to 0 here, we're coming towards the last lap of this race. Down the main straight comes the second to third to fourth train. But McGall is the one still leading it by 1.9 seconds because they are playing through down the inside before the S's goes Thirstfield on Barton. He's reclaimed it. Barton's slow out of the S's. Ratton's in for the outside of the hairpin. Fortunately on the wrong side. Is there going to be a switcheroo? It's still side by side at the exit of the hairpin. Around the horseshoe we go. Apologies, some of that was off camera. Ratton still trying on Barton. Meanwhile, down the main straight comes for the checker flag for Luke McGall, and it's side by side for the 58 and 22 at the end there. But McGall wins. Thirstfield second, Barton third, and fourth goes to Oliver Ratton. So close at the end there between the 58 and 22. Tried to make an opportunity meet. Unfortunately, not for now. And that is the end for the Honda Cadets. To the Rotax Cadets then for their grid. And we are here for the front row of the 70 of Maria J. Followed by Tommy Morris on the front row. Second row, Oakley Riggs, Dewey Hockridge. Third row, Arthur Kaiser, Max Tomzip. And then the fourth row, Ethan Coupland and Oscar Churches. So here we go then, the 70 trying to get herself going. She has a front row as well, and she's really desperate to try and get going, but she's stopped after the start finish here. And unfortunately will not be starting this race by the looks of it. So, formation lap then. Let's get ready for this one. The 70 won't be on the front row. I'm afraid it will be a DNS for the driver. Such a shame. But we will move on. So here we go then. So from the top bend, not sure why Oakley Riggs is on the front row here. Should be in third, as it has been false started. Oakley Riggs should not be at the front. So to the top end then we go once more. And we are underway for this one. So through into Billy's we go. And leading the way is the WC of Oakley Riggs. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. The 18 in second place here. As we go towards the top bend and down the main straights. We get ready to full on get this race underway. So it's Riggs, Churches, Hockridge, Coupland, Kaiser and Tomsit. For your drivers that started this race. Top 6. Riggs leading by 4/10 at the moment on the opening stages. So, spread for the moment. Third place trying to get closer to Churches. Coupland in third position here. So we go around the hairpin here and the horseshoe. Through to the right-hander and towards the top bend. Not too much happening at the moment for this race. And it is a twist for the left and right, just as I say that. The 43 looking to get ahead of the 18. Defensive by the 18 into Billy's, but a door's been opened on the inside. Through goes Ethan Coupland. And the 18 having to get back down to P3. Staying close here, though. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Two others that are close is Hockridge and Kaiser. A little bit further back, going around the horseshoe now. Wayne Drury saying, are the cadets on Vegas for this championship? Yes, they are on Vegas. I believe the Dunlops were used for the first couple of rounds, and then from here on it has been Vegas. So our top 3 is starting to actually become a 3 as Coupland has really found some place in the last few moments. Starting to close that gap to Oakley Riggs. As we go into and around Billy's for the S's now for our leaders. Still no changes between the two, but that gap has really closed now from Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland. So down the main straight we come. It's side by side. That gap closed real quick between Riggs and Coupland as Riggs trying for the defensive, but it looks like a swap has already been made here through the S as we go. And it is the WC now down into second position here with Coupland really finding, like I said, some pace these last couple of laps. He has gone fast as well, 40.04. About 4/10 quicker last lap than Oakley Riggs. Riggs being very chilled out in the front there and being caught off guard. And now it's time to chase once more for Riggs. So all the best lap times from the drivers on the screens as well. A little bit further back in 4th position, it is Hockridge and Kaiser. Those two are relatively close. 0.17 is what we have at the moment. So into the horseshoe, the 19 trying to look for a move down the inside there. The door not wide enough at the moment. Meanwhile, our new leader, Ethan Coupland, currently trying to keep that gap big between him and Oakley Riggs, who is 2/10. He has put the foot down though, 40.04, matching Ethan Coupland's best time and the race best time as well, as Riggs now really trying to charge back up into P1. Coupland wide at the hairpin as we go towards the right-hander and towards the top bend. Just coming up to 2 minutes remaining on the clock as we come down the main straight. Coupland, Riggs, 0.1 for the gap. So it's role reversal time, this one. So going into the hairpin. Coupland not wide this time. Just go around the horseshoe. Top bend, and down the main straight we go again for these two. So competition being had here between these two. Little bit further back on the field, as you'll see them coming onto your screens now through the S's down the back straight. The 78 and 19 close. It looks like the 19's got some pace here and possibly just taken in front. That's coming around the hairpin. He swooped in front. If that is the case, round the horseshoe we go. And the 78 actually was a defensive move from one side to the other. Very F1-esque. Meanwhile, we have missed another swap at the front. Riggs regaining the lead once again to Coupland. Coupland's right on the tail though still. And with 25 seconds remaining, it's going to be close between these two. Riggs going defensive for the hairpin. Coupland really trying to find that line again. Right on the back as we go around the horseshoe. Right-hander, top bend is the next one to go to. It's on the right camera already. Down the main straight we come then, and Coupland trying for the inside. It's not there at the moment. As we go into Billy's again, Riggs being defensive, but he let the door open. Coupland down the inside just before the S's, and back again. It's Coupland for the last lap and for the lead. So we are on the last lap here. Around the hairpin we go. It's side by side before the horseshoe. Riggs trying to close the gap and really close the gap. That was an aggressive close. No contact made between the two of them. Hard fought that one. I thought they were going to touch, but they did not. Down the main straight we come. And to take the checkered flag. A little last lap battle there between Riggs and Coupland. And it's going to be Oakley Riggs to take the win for that one. Coupland second, 0.08. We got some really close finishes today. Why? What's going on? Oscar Church is third. Hockridge followed by Kaiser. And then Max Tomsic rounds out your grid for this one. And the number 70 of Maria J. Unfortunately DNSing this one for not being able to get the car going after coming out of the pits. Which was a real shame. Right then, to the grid for the next race then. It's the Junior Rotax. And the checker flag still there. Ava Morris and James Finley on the front row. With Alfred Matthews and Aidan Clark on the second row. Lucas Reeves and Jensen Cox on the third row. Joshua Withcombe and Arch Dyson on the fourth row. And then on the fifth row is Max Chown and Karthik Kumeta. How did I know that? I looked at the replay on Facebook. So here we go then, ladies and gents. Formation lap for the junior Rotax for their second heat. 8 minutes plus a lap. And some action. We saw it last time out in both juniors and seniors. So we go once again in this one. So here we go then. Let's get ready to go for the junior Rotax second heat. Ava Morris on the front row, controlling the grid here. They'll be just popping onto your screens shortly at home. So down the main straight, nice and steady here. And we are underway for the junior Rotax for heat number 2. It's very tight in that midfield section, but we're all going round and leading the way only just is the 31. That is Aidan Clark. He's the one leading the way at the moment. Second place at this time is the 43. And that being James Finley, one of the ones on the front row here. So down the main straight we come. So it's Clark, Finley, Rees, Matthews, Holmes, Cox, Dyson, Chown. And only just realised Ava Morris isn't here. She is not on the list. Or is she? Nope. So flying on round then, Clark leads the way still with a bit of marginal lead here. There's the gap for yours. They're just coming over the line here. That being just under a second here to Withcombe. Once again, right at the front of the pack here. James Finley in third. Trying to defend off at the moment. Lucas Reeves. And a big pack behind. Nobody's gone too far ahead at the moment. So from the top bend down the main straight we come for these. Clark, Withcombe, Finley. As down the inside to try and cut ahead is the 16th. Lucas Reeves cut ahead. And off he goes. Into the hairpin we are now. And towards the horseshoe. Still very tight in that midfield here. Around where the 94 is, Rufus Holmes. It's in that little area, 5th to 9th roughly. And that is where the battle resides for now. As we come down the main straight. And into Billy's we go. Keep an eye on a couple of the drivers here. Who's going to make the dive in the inside? As I think that's the 66 going wide through the S's. Down the back straight is actually the 27 that went wide there. I'm thinking of the senior Rotax driver. Similar kart sticker kits. Down the inside. Very tight, and it's a touch between the two. The gap was very close. It was close? Very tight, I think we'll use the word. And unfortunately, both of them touched. Only affected one of their racers, though. And it was the driver really pushing for that gap. And it's Max Chown, who is now retiring from this race. He tried for a gap, and unfortunately the gap was not open enough. Right, at the hairpin then, we've got some more action as third has now changed hands to the number 16 again. We've got some battles being missed out here at the front whilst we're watching that midfield occurrence. So down the main straight we come. Clark, Withcombe, Reeves, Dyson, Holmes, your top 5. As they're starting to slowly form a tiny gap between 5th and 6th. There's 1 second at the line. So it goes first and second just down the main straight there. Clark still leading it by 7/10. And it's Joshua Whitcomb going the quickest in this race as well. So he's charging to get close to the leader. Third position is still with the 16 of Lucas Reeves. So Reeves defending off Holmes and Dyson. As I go round towards the horseshoe here. Out the back of that one is Archie Dyson, just keeping an eye. .27 spinning there. So in we go. Looks like the 16 out threat here as it's the double overtake with Holmes and Dyson at the Billies. Go a bit too wide there, you can be susceptible to this. And as such, a double overtake between the two drivers behind. Holmes takes that third place for now. So down the main straight we come for these drivers. As once again we're into Billy's. Metas is late game showing up to the battle around this area. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. You can see the gap as our leaders are going down the main straight here. Just in the background is our third back for the grid. Is a 12-second gap. No, it's not. It's a 6.3 second gap. Looking at the sector time. But a 6-second gap between second and third. Meta's down the inside there by the looks of it on the 16. He shoots his way out. He's battled a little bit more around the in towards the horseshoe, but the change is there. So down we come. So there goes Metas up into P5. And it's now right in this where Holmes and Dyson are catching real quick here. Speaking of catching real quick, blue flags are out for the 74 because Aidan Clark and Joshua Withcombe are close. Withcombe has really snuck that gap smaller and smaller. And as they come down the main straight here, that gap 2/10, but the game is on. So down the back straight we go. So into the horseshoe here. Still close. These two battling out. Meta's starting to get close to the 94. He's gone up into P4. Contact warning for Joshua Whitcomb. As we go into Billy's, it's going to be the change for the lead as Whitcomb sneaks on into the inside, straight in front. And that is now our change. So trying again though. Clark really trying to get back up into that first position slot. Just about to come onto your screens now on the left-hand side there. Coming down the main straight, and we're on to the last lap here as well. It's double trouble for Clark. He's only got this lap to do it, to try and get back that lead. Or is it going to be going to Joshua Whitcomb? So down into the hairpin we go. Still Whitcomb leading it. Up towards the top end real shortly here. And to come down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checkered flag here, it's going to be Joshua Whitcomb. We did have a little slight celebration there. And then for third goes Metas. Holmes will take fourth. Arch Dyson fifth, Harney Sadiq sixth, Lucas Reeves seventh, Karthik Kometa eighth, Kai Pepperell ninth, and then James Finley will round out your top 10. And that is it for the Junior Rotax for their second heat. Speaking of heat, this place is like a sauna. I am baking. Absolutely baking in this commentary box. Holy moly, I've got a little fan, but my God, I'm being slow roasted today. Absolutely slow roasted. Right, speaking of slow roasts, let's go to the Senior Rotax. Jacob Martin on the front row, Jamie Burt, followed by Megan Bruce on the second row, with Henry Swanson as well. Ben Page and Cameron Crockett on the third, Bertie Wellesley and Billy Edgecombe on the fourth, and then Daniel Tribe and Rufus Flan will round out your fifth row here for your top 10 for the Senior Rotax. Man, it's warm. Let's see what the weather is once the overlay updates itself. 24 degrees and partly sunny. Not partly cloudy, partly sunny. England. So then let's get going for the Senior Rotax heat number 2. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for this one. Lots of competition to be had. So let's get ready to rumble. Quite quick start here, but down the main straight we come. As whatever happened there. It's quite warm today, and I think it's affecting the seniors a little bit. They've been a bit trouble today. Come on, guys and girls. Get it together. So we'll get those that are involved in that start-finish together. So to come from down the main straight, are they going to be slow enough this time round? And we're underway for the senior Rotax for heat number 2. This one bit cleaner than the last. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And it's the 51 of Jamie Burt that leads the way. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Down the inside goes WC on the 34. Sneaking on through as well there. I'm not sure of the number, but snaking through. We'll be able to see it in a second. Who was it? Who was it who did that one? And that EB, I think it might have been the 34. Not 100% sure there, but that was a sneak through the inside. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. It's Burt, Page, Crockett, Martin, and then Edgecombe for your top 5. Sneezing away today. I did take a fever tablets just in case. So top end then, down the main straight we come. As it is side by side for a couple near in the mid pack. As the 94 losing a couple of positions there. But at the front, Cameron Crockett's the one in second position at the moment. Ben Page in third. Those two are swap positions from last time out. As we continue on round from the top end down the main straight. Edgecombe in the fourth position here. There's a few more changes out there on the grid. Sneaking down the inside there. I think that's Reese Pope there, just put at Billy's. And it is indeed just ahead of the 25. Flan getting overtaken by Pope there. The sneak on down the inside of the Billy's. Very satisfying spot, I must say. So towards the top bend we go. As the focus doesn't want to focus for some reason. That's twice it's done it today. So there's a change on the screen for Pope. As Tribe has lost quite a few positions here and is retiring at the moment. That is why. So out in front is Burton Crockett. Followed by Ben Page. A gap 5/10 at the moment. As Crockett tries to get closer to the leader at this one. So over the line we go. Crockett goes fastest for this race. 34.14. Oh, 3/10 quicker than, I believe, his teammate out in front. But as Crockett dives down the inside, ahead of Burt, they're both really slow there. Burt almost stalling the kart there. And that's just given advantage to Ben Page as he's going for the outside at the horseshoe. Inside for the right-hander and is ahead as we come up towards the top bend. So the two teammates coming real close together. Burt having to be ultra slow. And there we go. Page taking advantage of that again. Down at Billy's. Billy Edgecombe at the back of those two now. As the battling does commence. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Once again, Page now in second. So now defending off Jamie Burt, who was leading the first couple of laps here. So it's Crockett, Page, Burt, Edgecombe in the background there. Once again, Bertie Wellesley just being in the background. He's just being there. So down into the hairpin we go. Page being defensive to Burt, who I think has also been defensive to Billy Edgecombe in all honesty. As Edgecombe trying for the inside there. Doesn't happen at the moment. As we go towards the top bend. And we could see something here as we come on down. Staying the same for the moment. As Wellesley starting to close that gap up to those three. 0.34, knocked off a tenth, nearly 2/10 off of his last lap there. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Page still in second. Top end. And down the main straight we go once again. Crockett leading by 1.5. But there is no gap at all really between second, third and fourth here. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Crockett goes wide. Billy Edgecombe through. And he's also ahead of Jamie Burt as well, I noticed that. So there's that change. All sorted between those two. Billy Edgecombe now up into P3's upper position on Jamie Burt. As once again we're back for another lap here around the circuit. Lost one driver in this race, and that is Daniel Tribe, after retiring after 3 laps of this race. So we fly on around once again. 1 minute 35 remains on the clock. And still leading the way is Cameron Crockett by 1.65. Another driver retiring here, Rufus Flan, the number 25. Puts Megan Bruce up into P12. So down the main straight comes Crockett. And then later followed by Ben Page, 1.75 the gap. 0.3 Edgecombe to Page. We know Page does put up a bit of a fight out there when challenging for position. He will go defensive. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe once again. The WC still ahead of Edgecombe as Burt and Wellesley still there in the background of this race. What a view that is. So through the S's, Page and Edgecombe go. The gap to first is 1.7. Crockett with a good lead here. A big gap with a few seconds to go on the clock. So, last lap then for Cameron Crockett. And it's go time for the others behind to try and sneak up another position. And at the moment, it could be game on for Billy Edgecombe. So down the back straight we go. Towards the hairpin. It's nothing between these lot at the moment. Towards the top bend we go though. And coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, to take the checker flag. This time round it's Cameron Crockett. Ben Page second, Billy Edgecombe third, Jamie Burt fourth, Bertie Wellesley fifth. And Reese Pope takes 6th, Jacob Marketing 7th, Sean Rashid in 8th, Henry Swanson 9th, and then Nick McAllister round out your top 10. And we lost Rufus Flan to Mechanical. We've got a Mechanical flag. Daniel Tribe, who retired after 3 laps. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, that is all the second heats completed. If you want to check out any of the results, the QR code is just there for you. So, back to the F100s. Liam Hamling and Ian Turner on the front row this time. Liam Hamling on the front row. The performance he's had today, he could potentially fly away. Second row goes to Chris Hughes and Andrew Everett, with Tyler Whedon and Peter Griffin on the third row, Edward Moore and Andrew Godfrey on the fourth, and then Richard Plummer and Paul Warner on the fifth row. And the green flag is waved. I really wish we had a camera right close to the pit lane to see everyone run and sprint down the pit lane. So going for the second formation lap then here. We get ready for the third heat here with the F100s, pre-2000s and pre-95s out here today. And to anybody who's just joined us here on YouTube or on Facebook, then first of all, thank you for tuning in. But also, if you're just about to tune into the third lot of heats and missed out on all the other heats so far today, you can see the results when they get published by scanning the QR code on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream. But for now, we get ready to say a very loud welcome for heat number 3. So coming down the main straight. And we're underway. And a spinner at the front there. It's not one, and I think just 2 of them are out of this one at the moment. And I think one of them's just going to try and get himself going again. They're both going to try and get themselves going again. Oh no, only one. Anyway, back to the action of the actual race going on at hand. So yellow's just on the outside there once I try and find the camera angle I need. So Liam Hamling's leading by 6/10. So Ian Turner, followed by Tyler Whedon, Edward Moore, Richard Plummer, Owen Potter. We lost Chris Hughes and Andrew Everett. From that spin at the start there. 7 minutes already to go. Number 1 leading by a good 6/10 here at the moment. So down the main straight we come. The 53, Tyler Whedon in second. It's double yellows. Like I said, Hamling was leading by 6/10, so it was 1.4 last time over the line. And it's still double yellows here for Billy's, which neutralizes the race down here, but they've just tucked in, ready for the next lap. But at the moment, still leading this one is Liam Hamling, like I said, by 1.4. Tyler Whedon behind, and they have had some history in this race so far, this day so far already. Heat 1 was so close between the two of them. As they come on down the main straight here. 20 on the outside there, staying behind the 32 for the moment. As we go through the S's down the back straight for that number 32 driver, that being Owen Potter. Has some competition behind. Meanwhile, it looks like the 50, is that the 56? And that is indeed the 56 of Peter Griffin, who did retire last race due to a puncture. Back in it again, and just in the stick of it there. So the 0 in third position here. Paul Warrener is right behind. And in that fourth position, he is for now. Looking on the move on the 0. As cloud coverage comes here at Clay. The number 17 there of Ed Moore. Not too far away from fourth position here. As the 27 was looking to get ahead of Ian Turner there, but nothing at the moment. Through the SSA2, but they both go. Some other changes out there. Peter Griffin up one position on Matt Dobson. As just coming onto your screens there, looks like a collision between the 7 and 33. Richard Plummer and Andrew Godfrey. The side pod not looking too good there for the 33. Number 14 there, Cliff McDonald. Looks like he'll be retiring to an exhaust. But anyway, your leader still is Liam Hamling. Tyler Whedon has shrunk that gap a bit now. And it has closed quite considerably over the last couple of laps here. We're well over the halfway mark. As the 7 and 33 are trying to get themselves going again. Can do it by yourselves. 33 has managed to get himself going. I think the number 7 will not. Trying to. Currently getting himself going and has got himself going. As we continue forth with this race. Another retirement as well in this one. Heat 3R we could call this, as we've had a few retirements here. So, like I said, Liam Hamlin is still leading the way, but Tyler Whedon has found some pace in this half of the race. Currently charging towards Hamling here. And a little bit further back, the 7, Richard Plummer, currently a lap down. As we come down the main straight. Hamling, Whedon, Turner is your top 3. Ed Moore's in 4th position here. Really need to watch this gap close from Whedon and Hamling here. Currently now 6 tenths, knocking out about a tenth or two each lap is Whedon. And as we come to the closing stages of this race, it's very much going to be a repeat of Heat 1 possibly. So right-hander towards the top bend. And down towards Billy's we go. 4 tenths now. Whedon currently doing about 2 tenths quicker than Hamling out in front. And the battle will continue here as we go into the hairpin. That gap is so close now. Turner about 4 seconds behind this. That just gives you a rough estimate of how much time there is between the two. Plenty of room for battle. So down the main straight these two come. And now it's 2 tenths. 2 tenths and it's getting tense. Through the S's, down the back straight. The battle continues from heat number 1 with Liam Hamling and Tyler Whedon. Down the inside goes Whedon. Having to use a little bit of curve there. As we go around towards the horseshoe, the gap opens up just ever so slightly now. As we go for the right-hander towards the top bend. And the clock is at 0. So down the main straight we come. And it's last lap, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final one between the two of them. The gap was 2 tenths when they crossed the line. Through Billy's, through the S's. And down at Stomey Straight. Hamlin going a little bit defensive there. Whedon almost looking for the outside, but stays behind for now. Into the horseshoe we go. A little bit of different line here for Whedon. Towards the top bend we go. And then down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be possibly close once again. A lot of pace from Whedon, but checker flag falls. Hamlin takes first. Whedon takes second, 0.1 at this time, only a 10th difference. As a very, very strong pace in the second half of Heat 3 for the F100s. And we did see a glimpse of battle between Hamling and Whedon from Heat 1. Strong stuff there, but there's the results for you on your screen. And then we go next up to the grid for our next race, for the next heat here, which goes to, this time round, the Honda Cadets. Heat number 3, Finley Thursfield on the front row with Charlie White, Luke McCall and Oliver Ratton on the second row, Nikita Roberts and Daniel Barston on the third, Max Smith and Eddie Duncan on the fourth, and then Joshua Kynaston Wade will be at the back on row 5. So just waiting for a couple of recoveries before we get ready for Cadets and their race. If you do want to check out any of the results that have happened today, then please do scan that QR code if you're watching on your telly, and you'll be able to head over to all the results that have been published so far. So then it's formation time for the Honda Cadets. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going for heat number 3 for the Honda Cadets. And we are underway for heat number 3 for the Honda Cadets. Some dipping right on the curb there at the start, but leading the way of this one at the moment is the number 12. It's Charlie White. Then followed by, I think it's number 72 out the front there. So around the hairpin and horseshoe now. And it was actually the 22, my mistake, of Oliver Ratton, who is currently in P2. So down the main straight we come. White, Ratton, McGall, Thursfield, Roberts, Barton, Duncan, Smith, then Kynaston Wade is your lineup after the first lap here. And Ratton is right on the rear, straight off the bat to Charlie White. White not going defensive, sticking to normal at the moment. As he goes really wide out the exit of the hairpin there. Around the horseshoe. Right-hander. And who is that getting over? Is that Luke McGall in the mixture? It is indeed. As we come down the main straight. White, McGall, Ratton is now the lineup, but it's going to be changing once again. Charlie White took a different move, but it was a bit of like a red arrows display there. Charlie White through the needle. Just managing to maintain the lead there. Very close here. McGall really on it for Heat 3's early doors. Ratton on the complete opposite side of the track. On the inside goes Nikita Roberts. Looks like she's dropped back a few positions though. As we come down the main straight here. And it's McGall that leads to Charlie White, to Oliver Ratton. That is your top 3. Slight gap between 3rd and 4th. That being a 5/10 gap. Just half a second between 3rd and 4th. Still loads of time though here. As in 5th position, Daniel Barton. Just there. Nikita Roberts trying to get back ahead of the 57 of Eddie Duncan. As we go up towards the top bend. And we come on down the main straight here. McGall, White, Ratton. 0.09. Charlie White staying on the back of Luke McGall. White seems to have a bit more confidence at the front end of the grid here. Ratton still really close behind. 0.27 at the line, but it looks a lot smaller than that now. So around towards the top bend we go to get ready for another lap here. McGall, White, Ratton still. It's not changed. And neither has the grid so far. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. As it is very safe at the moment up there. Nikita Roberts going on the outside of the 57 of Eddie Duncan. Blips ahead of the line, but a bit of a weird move there. And she stays behind for now. So down into the hairpin we go for Luke McGall, still leading by 2/10 at the line. Then followed by White Ratton. Just shows you how much of a zoom we have to go up towards the top bend. So still no change from the top three. The fastest out there is a 40.99 just set by Luke McGall. So he is trying to go away from the rest of the field here. Roberts still behind Duncan at the moment. And a contact warning given to Daniel Barton here. The first warning of this race. So as you can see, McGall has started to create the gap between himself and Charlie White. Ratton is right on the back end of White. Going through the right-hander towards the top bend. Still very close here. Just about made that out on the camera there. Still, like I said, still close. A bit further back is still very packed for that four. Nikita Roberts at the back of it. And Finley Thursfield at the front of it. Not too much action happening from the Honda Cadets in the closing stages of this race at the moment. As we boost on down the main straight. So through the S's, down the back straight we go for the Honda Cadets for their third heat. And race update wise, no changes for the last couple of laps. It's McGall that still leads it. And as we go through this, we've had some opportunities being made here. Ratton tried it on White down at the hairpin. And similar cause for the other four, all splitting just slightly just then. But it's McGall, White, Ratton, Thursfield, Barton, Duncan, Nikita Roberts, Joshua Kynaston Wade, then Max Smith at the back. Daniel Barton, second contact warning of this race. As we continue on through, down the inside goes the 22, Ratton on Charlie White. He left the door open again. And that's put Ratton back up into contention in P2. A little bit further back, we've got some more bits and bobs going on here as the 72 still leads it, but the 57, Eddie Duncan, getting ahead of Daniel Barton here. So those two have swapped positions once again. So coming down the main straight, we come towards our last lap of this race then. Luke McGull, Ratton, Charlie White. That is the lineup at the moment. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And once again, for the last time for this heat, the last time for the heats for the Hondas, we go again. A little bit squirmy there at the back there, and I think that was the 57. Eddie Duncan there, trying to do another move once again. Unfortunately, wasn't going to happen this time round. So coming from the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, will be your race winner once again. This time it's going to the 15 of Luke McGull, who takes the checkered flag, followed by Oliver Ratton, then Charlie White. And then it is Finley Thursfield 4th, Daniel Barton 5th, Nikita Roberts 6th, Eddie Duncan 7th in the end, as he was trying to make up more positions. Unfortunately going a bit squirmy down at the hairpin. Joshua Coniston Wade 8th, and then Max Smith in P9. So then it's gridding up time for the Rotax Cadets. Ethan Coupland on pole with Oakley Riggs on second, Max Tomsit and Tommy Morris on the second row, Arthur Kaiser and the number 70 of Maria J. And then Dewey Hockridge and Oscar Churches will be on the fourth row for this one. Right, then let's get ready to go for the Rotax Cadets for heat number 3. And we are underway straight away for the Rotaxes here. So down into Billy's we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. So from the top bend we go down the main straight, and it's the 43 lead in this one. Had to pack my tablet away. I've been having the live stream on the background, but it is warm, very hot. So I'll leave that to rest for a minute. So Coupland, Riggs, Kaiser, Churches, Hockridge, Tomsit, and then the number 70. Contact 1 into Kaiser. So down the main straight we come. Church is up into third position here, now charging towards our two at the front, Coupland and Riggs, who last time out, a very close finish. Will they be able to repeat it once again after the next 6.5 minutes? We shall see how that plays out. 2x2x2x1, or 2x1x2x2. That's how these lot would go into Noah's Ark. Don't know why I said that, but there we go. So number 19 catching fast to Hockridge once again as they go down into Billy's. Those two did swap out positions last time round. But yeah, really slow start to this race at the moment as we go through these next couple of laps here. So down the main straight comes Coupland and Riggs. Two tenths the gap for now. Riggs just keeping close tabs on this race at the minute. As they go towards the top bend here. Giving you the full view for this camera angle, this race. So down the main straight comes our two front runners. Keeping an eye on where Riggs will charge to. As we go into the hairpin here, Riggs right on the rear just beforehand. Around the horseshoe. And down the main straight these two come. Their lap time's very similar. Riggs a little bit slower that lap, only by 0.03. So through the S as they go down the back straight. No changes on the grid as we watch these two tango. So around the horseshoe once again. And we'll go up towards the top bend. And down the main straight once again. Just going to be watching out for these two here. Church is just a little bit slower than the front runners at the moment, about a tenth and a bit slower. But maintaining a comfortable lead ahead of Hockridge and Kaiser a little bit further back. But it is at the moment all eyes on Coupland and Riggs. Coupland going a little bit wider there at the hairpin. Riggs on the other side. Trying for a switch around on the horseshoe, but nothing as of the moment as they're up towards the top bend. And down the main straight they come for another lap. WC going for the outside, potentially, but into Billy's. Just staying behind for now. He's playing the longer game at this one. He is just waiting for that opportunity to arise. Riggs does hold the fastest lap here, 40.12. Ethan Coupland has set the fastest sector 1 time. That is from the start finish towards where post 3 is, just in the distance there. Just before the hairpin. Sector 2 being from there to the gate near the top. And there goes the fastest lap for Ethan Coupland, setting some purples out there. Sector-wise, now holds the fastest sector 1 and 2. So still no changes for the front runners. 1 minute 34 remains. As we go from the top bend down the main straight once again. Riggs staying behind for the moment. Going for the inside of Billy's with just over a minute remaining. And has now taken the lead of this race. 1:06 remains. And will Coupland be able to retake this lead once again? So around towards the right hander and towards the top bend we go. As we come down the main straight here. And that change will be on your screens very shortly. But Riggs once again taking the lead. Coupland real close here, going around Billy's through the S's and back straight. Riggs has just got him right on his tail at the minute. Riggs going defensive, taken to the right hand side of the track. As we go into the horseshoe next. 14 seconds remains. Right hander. And then towards the top bend. Coupland is not giving up at all. He is trying back for it. 2 seconds left. Last lap board is ready to go out here as we come down the main straight. It's the last one for these two. Coupland trying the left side. Riggs real tight at Billy's. Not trying to make sure that the gap does not open by accident. 0.07 at the line. Round the hairpin we go. Horseshoe. And then towards the top bend. Is it going to be a drag? We'll find this out. All the way from the top here. It's coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen. And to take the checkered flag. No drag race here. This time, Oakley Riggs takes the checkered flag for the Rotax Cadets. Followed by Ethan Coupland second. Oscar Churches will take third. And then Dewey Hockridge fourth. Arthur Kaiser fifth. Max Tomsit. And Maria J taking a bit of a drag race at the end there. But Max Tomsit takes sixth. And then Maria J will take seventh. So to the next ones then. 2 more races before we have a short break here on the YouTube live stream for lunchtime. My favourite. I am so getting an ice cream. It's going to be a Magnum if there's any left. Please. So on the front row for this one is going to be Kian Downer and Joshua Withcombe. Some potential battles on this grid. Archie Dyson down in 15th for this one. He's got some work to do. God, that's a swarm, innit? In it. Oh, God. Isn't it? So, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the Junior Rotax here. How having their formation laps. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get ready for this one as we zoom back into the standard camera angle for this one. And we get ready to kickstart off this one real shortly. Old Bertie there, ready for the start of the juniors as well. Oh, he's just out of frame. Right then, top end. He gave me a wave. Right, down the main straight we come. And we are underway for the junior Rotax. So around Billy's through the S's we go. And down the back straight, real tight there for the 58, a little bit further back. I think it was the 58. I make up numbers sometimes on this commentary. Do it quite often. So it's a 29... yes, 29 leading. I doubted myself then. Just after saying that. Order on the left-hand side as per usual. So it is Withcombe, followed by Metters, Downer, Lawton, Pepperell, Reeves, Holmes, Dyson, Sadiq, and then Clark will be your round for this one. It's still very close together in the midfield here. A lot of them going down the inside, nearly 3 wide at one point in the mid. But leading away is Withcombe to Metters. Towards the top bend we go. Few changes out there as Pepperell is ahead of Lawton. Withcombe leading by 0.8. Third place. Very much a threat with Pepperell behind. As we come down the main straight here. First and second with a reasonable gap here. The gap being 1.3. Neve Allen given a contact one in the number 67. Lots of down the insides happening in the S's and the midfield here. Very close down there. 5th position, very much out of threat. Izzy Lawton is the one in the front of it. But she has got some competition behind with Archie Dyson especially. Archie Dyson starting, by the way, 15th position now, currently P6. Sneaking up the order. As they flood on down into Billy's. In 3rd position here, going to the 37 of Kai Pepperell, who has just gone up 1 position. I believe it was him who came to me at the start of today and said, "Can you call me Pepper?" I believe it was him. I'll try and remember for next time. So there's a nice little gap between first and second. 2.5 seconds is what it is at the moment between those. As Pepperell is the one in 3rd position holding that at the moment at threat with Downer and Sadiq behind. Definitely do not get away with the threat of Harney. A little bit of touching between the two of those. Sadiq going just a little bit too wide there. So from the top end down the main straight we come. 37 with a little bit of a gap now. Sadiq up into 4th. Down the inside goes one of the drivers here through the S's. That driver was the 72 ahead of the 26, Archie Dyson. Now ahead of the other driver. Mechanical flag going to Max Chown, who was in 8th position. So under halfway, Withcombe leads by 7/10 to Metters. And Pepperell is right in the danger zone with P3 very much at threat with Sadiq and Dyson behind. Sadiq given a contact warning. As Chown's in the pits from his mechanical. So 3.6 is the gap here for second and third. Pepperell's just very comfortably there at the minute with Sadiq in 4th. Got to be careful. That is his second warning here. 2 warnings does give you a black up here. Dyson currently in 5th position here as Aidan Clark goes up into P7. So not so much happening from our front runners here, but Metters is closing that gap. As we come down the main straight, here is your race leaders. Just going over the line there. Pepperell's still in 3rd. Only 3/10 of a gap between him and Sadiq. .74 here of Leo Steed, just about to be caught up by our front runners of Withcombe and Metters. With just a minute and a bit to go. .7 now between Withcombe and Metters. As our back marker staying well out of the way. Pepperell now at threat to Sadiq as he has got right onto the rear. It is so close between the two of them. They nearly tangled with each other as well. Sadiq needs to be real careful with some of the moves that he's been doing today, especially in this race. 2 contact warnings already. And it was very close down there at the hairpin. So down we come into Billy's. I think Pepperell still ahead of Sadiq, and he is indeed. But Sadiq's been given the black flag. With 36 seconds remaining, he has been given the black from that down at the hairpin. So what could have been a good points haul here, he's been black flagged. And he's not happy, but yeah, still driving. And by the looks of it, he has backed out of that potential battle with Kai Pepperell. I believe he has. Anyway. So last lap here between Withcombe and Metters. The gap is 8/10. Metters not being able to catch up with Withcombe. He is the fastest out there, but they both have the same lap time. The best lap time of this race is 34.74. It's both been matched by the both of them. Metters did it a couple of laps later on, though. But still, both with the same. So towards the top end, these two go then, and it is coming down for the main straight, and the checker flag is here because, ladies and gentlemen, checker flag going to Joshua Withcombe. Then very not too far later by Metters. Pepperell will take third. Dyson takes fourth. Clark fifth. Holmes sixth. Downer seventh. Reeves eighth. Alfred Matthew ninth. And then Karthik Kometa will round out your top 10 for heat number 3. As we lost 2 drivers, we lost Max Chown to a mechanical. And Hani Sadiq to the black flag. Just right near the end there. Okay then. Senior Rotax heat number 3 is out next. Reese Pope and Daniel Triber on the front row. Arthur Thacker and Megan Bruce on the second row with Henry Swanson and Sean Rashid on the next one along. I forgot what number I got to. Oh dear. Nearly running out of drink as well. Rufus Flan and Jamie Burt on the 4th, and then Bertie Wellesley and Jacob Martin on the 5th row. Not quite sure what's going over the tannoy. Something going on. So it's just going to be a short delay before the next one. We'll just get some music in the background for you all. But yes, a short break before we get going for the next one. mission success, meanwhile. I've managed to get a big fan in here. So hopefully, well, I'm not roasting as much as I was, and it's already been like a couple of minutes. Is the YouTube live stream not doing anything at the minute? I did knock the Ethernet cable downstairs by accident when getting this up. Right, so we should be starting shortly, and there will be a lunch break as well before we continue for the finals a bit later on. Don't forget, if you do want to check out any of the results from today, then you can scan the QR code on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream or Facebook live stream. As don't forget, we are live on both platforms. So yeah, feel free to check that out by scanning the QR code, and we'll be able to see all those results. So hopefully we'll be getting underway very shortly. Well, after a short delay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for the senior Rotax heat number 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going for this one. Don't forget, Reese Pope and Daniel Tribe are on the front row for this race. Heat number 3, the final heats that we have here today. And we'll be having a lunch break after this one. And we'll be expected to start just before 3:30-ish. So, reasonable lunch for all. I can get out of this hot box for a little while. And then we can all have the marshals get a lunch break as well. It's quite nice. It's lovely. But we still have 8 minutes plus a lap to commentate. I'm going to do it whilst kneading the wheeze. So down the main straight we come. And we are underway for the senior Rotax. So around biddies we go, through the S's, and then down the back straight we go. It's the 38 that leads the way. You look back, 61's there. Still very close. He was a bit twitchy there going into the hairpin, but we are underway still. 38, Reese Pope leads the way as we get going. So down the main straight we come. And it's Pope very closely followed by Daniel Tribe. There's Arthur Thacker, Henry Swanson for your top 4. And that's the 4 that have broken away from the rest of the pack. And a little bit of a spin there from the background on the, I think that's the 48. I think it's Bertie Wellesley. He was not happy, as he was spun there by the 94, a little bit further back on the field, as we try and get the right camera angle eventually. So Tribe, Pope, Thacker, Swanson is your top 4. There has been a change for the lead. Tribe is ahead through the S's down the back straight. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Top bend now. Let's have a look at the gaps in our front 4. So Thacker is about a 10th behind Pope. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Looks like Bertie has gone into the pits. I did see, I think it was in the background, my corner of my eye, I saw his mechanic giving him the X, saying there's no point continuing. So your top 4 within just over a second. Tribe is extending that lead a little bit. 7/10 is the gap to Reese Pope here. Rufus Flan is starting to slowly join this party, knocking off a couple of thousandths here and there. Thousandths is the word. So top bend. Tribe still leads. WC defending off Cameron Crockett down in 8th and 9th position. As we continue on, it looks like the WC's got an issue though. as his hands up. Surrender. No. His hands are up. It looks like he's got a mechanical. Is unable to continue. So Tribe, Pope, Thacker, Swanson is still your top 4 for this race. Very close here with Thacker right beside Reese Pope now as he goes for the inside dive on Pope, and he is now ahead going through the S's down towards the back straight. He goes ahead. Pope stays right on him and tries to go for the charge back again. Tries to go a little bit more deeper into the corner. Tries to switch back again because that threat with the 74 of Henry Swanson. There's all a bit of touch and go there, but there is a change for that position. Thacker is now up into P2 to try and catch down Daniel Tribe, in which that gap is now over a second here. A second and a half now, to be precise, and especially with that battle and it just happened there. Pope again at threat to the 74 and 25, Swanson and Flan. Rufus Flan has now actually joined this little battle here, as the grid has slowed up just slightly. So around the right-hander we go towards the top bend. And Pope just trying to hold on to that P3, but once again, similar spot to last time, but it's not going to work out for the 74. He actually goes down 2 positions, 74, after overtaking the 20, after holding off the 25. I'm losing the race. But there we go. An opportunity tried there for the 74 has actually pushed him down the position. As we go towards the top bend here. Down the main straight. And it's the 61, followed by the 14. And Flan and Edgecombe get ahead of Henry Swanson. Swan to look out for as well. Edgecombe in that little pack. Fast out there is Daniel Tribe, 34.26. 2 tenths quicker than Arthur Thacker's fastest so far. Let's go up towards the top end here. And to come down the main straight once more. So 2 in the pits, Ben Page and Bertie Wellesley. And we still have 13 racing on. With a minute and a bit to go as the 25 and 38. And oh dear, the 38 has got a bent axle. Reese Pope. Oh, I wouldn't have driven that back to the pits. And he is retired just on the corner of the right-hander there. What happened there? So I get some stats for you there, and then and looks like a front-runner incident has happened there. 3 down, 12 remain for Heat 3. 30 seconds left on the clock. Thacker is still over a second behind Daniel Tribe. He's trying to knock off time here and there. Edgecombe in 3rd position. He is also about a second behind Thacker. 74, Henry Swanson's managed to catch back up into P4. Oh, he said 5 then, it turned into a 4. But we come to the last lap of this race here, and for the senior Rotax, we go for one last time around the track for Heat 3. And this time round, Thacker's within a second. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Has Tribe slowed up a little bit? Last time around, Thacker was half a second quicker. But I think there is enough of a gap for Tribe to still maintain that P1. And as he comes down the main straight here, mechanical flag given to Jacob Martin right on the last lap. But checker flag goes to Daniel Tribe, followed by Arthur Thacker, who in the end was 7/10 behind. Billy Edgecombe third, Henry Swanson fourth, Cameron Crockett fifth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end for the senior Rotax. A few more coming over the line here. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the moment, as we'll be going on to lunchtime here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. We're going to be having a lunch break here. We are going to be back. Let me just double check what I have been told. Ooh. Put my pin in, there we go. At roughly 3:25. So if you tune in about 5 minutes after, we'll be underway. Yeah, 3:25-ish. So yeah, we'll see you all a little bit later on. But for now, we'll see you after the break.
shouldn't want ya, I shouldn't need ya, but I'm afraid that's not up to me. Cause when I hear ya sing through my speakers, it's like my mind takes a hold of me. I've tried shutting you off for some time now, but I'm still hearing your voice in my head. Oh, I wish I was more than your fan now, and that your voice came from here in my bed. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, singing to me. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, making me bleed. You're in my and it's so sad, it just makes me cry. Feels like I know you better than others, but you don't care, you never reply. I've tried shutting you off for some time now, but I'm still hearing your voice in my head. Oh, I wish I was more than your fan now, and that your voice came from here in my bed. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, singing to me. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones. You're in my you're in my
never meant for preaching. I don't know where you're gonna head off to, but I know that you'll go where your heart's at. You might cross the sea, what will be, wanna make this adventure with you. Love me like a stranger, like a melody, flowing wild and free. Love me like a stranger, let it be.
Let's begin! Wow, I must say I really like this intro I've done for this one. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships Round 7. We've just had lunch. We're just waiting on a few things before we start going for the finals. But we'll check out the grid whilst we are going away, and it's the F100s that we are joined by this weekend, and they are going to kick off the finals in big style. So it's Tyler Whedon and Liam Hamling on the front row. To say I'm surprised, I am not. The competition those two have had today has been absolutely wild. So yeah, we got Ian Turner and Richard Plummer on the second row, Edward Moore and Andrew Godfrey on the third, Owen Potter and Chris Hughes on the fourth, and then the fifth row, when it shows back up again, goes to Peter Griffin and Cliff McDonald. Peter Griffin, ninth, had a puncture in the second heat today. I think it was the second heat. My mind just about remembering what is going on. Yeah, the F100s will be the first ones out today. But what a day it has been. It's so hot up here in commentary. And the thing that I thought was a good fan, it's not really a fan. Wow, it's not a cooler even. It's just more of a fan, but it's not really working as a fan right now. Work, damn you! But yes, hopefully you've been all enjoying today. If you do want to catch any of the results that have happened during today's event, scan that QR code and you'll be able to find them straight away. And it seems like I may have timed today quite perfectly with the stream starting back up again. There's Bertie. He was sat on the step as I came for lunch. I was like, who's sitting on my step? So yeah, he kindly moved out of the way. Bertie! Yeah. So, hopefully you all have been enjoying today's stream. If you have, then please hit that like button on either Facebook and YouTube. But also, if you do want to catch the next live streams that happen up here, which will now be brought to you in high quality, then please do hit that subscribe button and ding the notification bell for when we do publish some extra content here on the YouTube channel over the next couple of months. We'll be having highlights of this racing that has happened today. We'll have the F100s as one of those highlight reels. So yeah, one to not miss out on today and throughout the next couple of months. So whilst this room turns into more of a sauna, we'll get slowly ready to kickstart off the F100s with their finals. And don't forget, their final is 13 minutes plus a lap, I believe, and then the rest of the field will be 14 minutes plus a lap. Yes, the sauna. The one day I don't actually have my big fan in here. It would have been alright with my big fan, but it's currently in the workshop. So, yeah. Oh, look at Bertie. That's his mum. No. Well, as the internet likes to drop every now and then. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let the noise commence. F100s for their final. As they all come running out the pits. So we get underway, 15 karts out on circuit with the pre-2000s and pre-95s. Let's see what sort of final we can get from our front runners that have been very competitive once they met each other up every single time. So let's get ready to rumble for the F100s finals. So, coming ready down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this one underway. Coming on down. And we're underway for the next 13 minutes here at Clay Pigeon Raceway for the F100s and their final. And leading the way, that is the number 1 of Liam Hamling. So, into the hairpin we go. Whedon, Hamling. Not in that order. Ian Turner's third. Number 7, Richard Plummer, is in 4th position. As we come down the main straight. Contact warning given to Owen Potter after that opening lap here. So the front two trying to sit together as they usually do. The 0 just still hanging on in there. Still very close in the field. Hamling, Whedon, Turner, Plummer, that is your top 4. And the gap of 0.5 between second and third. But it's even closer between our front runners of Hamling and Whedon. And we could expect this for the next 13 minutes. As we come down the main straight here. Still no changes from that part of the field. But look at Hamling and Whedon. There is no chance of a gap there. Early doors. Fast out there's 35.59 set by Whedon. Number 53. Constantly trying to stick with the number 1. As coming down the main straight, both of those come through. Bit of a gap behind the 0 and behind the 7 as well. As the number 17 of Edward Moore in 5th position. He's holding off Peter Griffin. As looks like we've got a retiree here for the 48. Chris Hughes, not at the best of days, and unfortunately will be ending it there in the finals. As we come down the main straight here for our race leaders. Turner's about 9/10 behind. As Hamling and Whedon just trying to stick with each other. Already under 10 minutes to go. 53 just really is just hanging on in there. 27 trying to look down the inside of the 56 just then. Warner on Griffin. Nothing was going to stick there, though, for the moment. As down the main straight come our two leaders there. Wonder if Whedon's thinking, do I go now or later? 27, by the way, Warner just getting ahead there of the 56 of Peter Griffin. As he goes down the back straight. Side by side for the front two, though, Hamling and Whedon. Hamling staying in front, though, after that one. As they come on down the main straight here. So one look a lap ago. Is he going to do the same this time? Turner is 7 tenths behind, about a second behind the leader. Listening to that engine purr. 27 on the inside of the 17, but Edmore has the inside line, but goes wider on the exit, and it just allows the 27 of Paul Warner just to come on through there. Whedon still behind for the moment. Edmore's trying to stay ahead of Peter Griffin here as he goes around Billy's. The inside door is open, and go through Griffin on Moore. Back to the front. And Hamling is still in the lead here. Number 1 not feeling the pressure on that one. Meanwhile, it looks like Paul Warner's got ahead of Richard Plummer as well. As we go into Billy's for our leaders. And the 27 has indeed got in front of the 7. Puts Warner up into 4th. Edmore trying to stick on the back of the 56 of Griffin. Going into the right-hander. Meanwhile, our front runners on the way on down. And it's the 53 of Whedon still behind by 1 tenth. Near just under 2 tenths, but 0.18. Through the S's down the back straight we go once more. And this time round, Whedon is right there on the back of Hamling. So as we go towards the horseshoe, on the right-hander. And up towards the top bend we go. And down come these two once again. Still no changes, but is there? The 53 looked to go for the right side and a dive down the inside. He stayed behind, though, as we run through the S's. So into the hairpin once again for these two. 1.5 seconds behind is Turner, who does have a catching on Paul Warner behind. Warner's speedy out there, 35.20. Will he catch up with these two? Will he disrupt what's been going on all day? Whedon really sticking on the inside here. Go on, go on, what am I saying there? Down the inside goes to 53 on the number 1, but the number 1 has a better exit and maintains going in front. So a potential change there, but it didn't happen. As Whedon goes for the move. And once again, does not stick. I have no idea why I said go on there. So events have happened whilst I had to quickly sort me a runny nose out. We've had a retirement from the 53. He's out. Such a shame, and a turn of events there by the 53. Going so strong, but now your top three is Hamling, Turner, then Paul Warner. Denied a great battle there. But like I said, Whedon out. Godfrey is in the pits, and Chris Hughes also out of this race. 4 minutes to go. This time we'll focus on the 27 as he is really close to the back of the 0 of Ian Turner. So around the hairpin towards a horseshoe. He goes for the inside, goes for it. Straight on round. And in front goes the 27 of Paul Warner. Warner almost dark horsing the event today, as this pace is mega so far. He is still the quickest out there at the moment. 35.18 is the fastest from him, which is 0.3 quicker than Hamling's quickest. But now it's time to close the gap. 2.6 seconds is the gap at the moment. So a long way to go, but we still have 3 minutes left on the clock still. 3 minutes of playtime still. Plenty of time to close that gap. 2.6 last time over the line. And he stopped. Should I just stop commentating on these? That's two drivers that have DNF since I've started focusing on them. Oh no! So that is now Paul Warner out of this race. That lead is extended for Liam Hamling, 3.05 seconds. And somebody who could have been up there battling on is out. No score. So that means Hamling, Turner, then Peter Griffin is your lineup today for the 3. As Ed Moore is 1.4 seconds behind the race third position. 1 minute 40 to go. Potter is out as well. He's popped into the pits. 10 remain for the 13-minute final here. So your race leader is just coming into the horseshoe now, leading by 3.45. As he comes towards the top end. Fastest out there is our 27 of Paul Warner, who unfortunately did DNF moments ago. 52 seconds on the clock, and the number 1 here starting to catch some of the back markers of this race. So down the main straight they all come, and that being the 30, 37 and 14 as the number 1 comes on over. 31 seconds remain. Couple of laps left to go for this final for the F100s, and what today has been for the F100s, an absolute soundtrack for today. Classic did indeed meet modern for round number 7. And we still have 5 seconds and a lap to go before it is all done for today. So the number 1 here coming down the back straight. So number 1 coming around the horseshoe here. Top bend, and to come down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, to take the checkered flag and to win for the final for the F100s. Liam Hamling is your race winner. Ian Turner takes second, Peter Griffin third. Ed Moore fourth, Richard Plummer fifth, Will Barnes sixth, Matt Dobson 7th, Stuart Guest 8th, Andrew Everett 9th, and then Cliff McDonald rounds out your top 10. Fastest was Paul Warner, who DNF'd this one. And we did lose, I think it was 5 in the end. Owen Potter, Paul Warner, Tyler Whedon, Andrew Godfrey, and then Chris Hughes. I see where you're coming from, but nah. One-man show this. If I miss stuff, I unfortunately do miss stuff. Can't commentate everything, as they say. Right then, let's go to the grid then for the Honda Cadets. Luke McGall's on pole alongside Oliver Ratton, Finley Thursfield and Daniel Barton on the second row, with Nikita Roberts and Charlie White on row 3, Eddie Duncan and Joshua Kynaston Wade on row 4, and then Max Smith will be on the 5th and final row for the Honda Cadets for their finals. The finals from now on are 14 minutes and a lap, so a lot longer for all our usual classes. And we also say goodbye to the F100s for round number 7. I was hoping for a job. So if you do want to see any of the results, scan the QR code on the right-hand side of this stream. They'll send you straight to the results page for the Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Click on round 7 and you'll see all of them there. Hello to everybody who's watching on YouTube, everybody that's still watching on Facebook as well. Thank you for all joining us this afternoon, this evening, and those that have been tuned in all day. Still plenty more action to come before 5 o'clock. And that action is about to resume for the Honda Cadets this time. Jack Philpott on the Facebook saying good luck to DM Racing. If I do miss your comments on Facebook, it's because I don't have the tab open at the minute. So then let's go for the Honda Cadets here, their final formation lap for today, unless there's a false start, not to jinx it. Hate the lids on Coca-Colas, man. This one keeps popping back. Right then, top end. And we are underway for the Honda Cadets. Let's see how this one goes for the next 14 minutes. A bit of kerfuffle in the front pack there. One of those in there was the 22 of Oliver Ratton. I think he just lost a bit of grip out there first corner. Nearly going sideways. Let's slow the grid up, but it also mixed the grid up. Giving us a different look for the opening lap here. As contact warning already given out here for Max Smith, number 61. So down the main straight comes the drivers. It's McGraw, Thursfield, Roberts, Duncan, Barton, White, Ratton, Smith, and then Kynaston Wade. I believe that camera angle is slightly blurry there for a moment. I will just quickly refresh that. So up towards the top bend, McGall with a 0.69 lead after the first line. Right behind in there, I think Thursford and Nikita Roberts is in that top three. And she is charging. So she's chilling in third at the moment. She's trying to open the gap on the inside there. Still currently unavailable. Through the S's down the back straight we go. The 57, Eddie Duncan. Just able to view that from a distance. Ratton fast is out there, 41.19. Quickest by a couple of tenths out there so far. So top bend, down the main straight we come. Roberts is staying on the rear of McGall, not McGall, of Thursfield. That gap is well and truly not changing at all. It was 0.07 at the line. Again, really short, like really tiny gaps today in all of them. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, looking at that, there's a little bit of a competition going on for the 22. Ratton got Barton White and Max Smith in there as well. I'm going to tell a lie, Max Smith is not in that one. It's the 22 who is ahead of Eddie Duncan. That is why on that one, 0.07 once again for Roberts and for Thursfield. Nothing stopping them two at the moment. Roberts firm in that position, but Ratton is closing the gap. 0.86 when it was over the line. And now to see what will happen in a few moments' time as we go towards the top bend here. McGall leading by 0.86. 0.85 this time. Staying relatively the same. All similar lap times out there in the front four. Say four. Ratton was a 10th quicker that time round. And as such is closing that gap. 0.06 between Roberts and Thursfield. But it's now 0.7 between the others. As Nikita really trying to find another way around. Slowly but surely, Thursfield still staying second. And Ratton's right behind. No changes to the grid. As we continue on through the S's we go with the 63 there, Nikita Roberts hanging on in once again, and you can really see Ratton has closed that gap massively. 0.3 he closed the gap by last time round. So now it's only about just under 0.4 that gap when he came over the line. And that is very visible as that party of two is now a party of three. As we go to the top bend, come down the main straight. And once again, Roberts literally Right on the back. I used the phrase earlier today, you can't even fit a fingernail in that gap. 0.06. Nothing at all. As we go on through, the 22 looks like he's made a move on Nikita Roberts, and he has indeed, but Roberts straight back on it again. The 63, sorry, now back behind Thursfield, but Thursfield now with a bit of a gap. So not too much at threat at the moment, but Roberts is so quick out there at the minute. Not as quick, though, as Ratton. So into Billy's we go. Roberts returning back to the rear end of Thursfield. But now she's got the worries of Ratton behind. As down the back straight we go once more. Will she make a move soon? The 22 really trying to sneak on the inside there. And Roberts is ahead as well at the exit of the horseshoe there. She's ahead and she's free. She's free. As we come down the main straight. We should be able to break away from Thursfield and that ever so quick Ratton. So down the back straight we go. Roberts growing the gap slightly. 0.2 at the line. Horseshoe. 22 is ahead of the 72. You can just see how quick Ratton is around some of these corners, trying to already close the gap to Roberts. So it's a 15.63, 22.72 is now it. Around the outside, a little bit further back. Is that Eddie Duncan? It was Eddie Duncan. He's stuck on the outside for the S's. It was clean the whole way. How has that managed to happen there? Great move by the novice driver. So we are nearing 6 minutes to go. So just under halfway now in this race. We've had quite a fair bit of action in the first half of this race. And now some of these drivers to start settling in. The 58 though, right on the back of the 857. As he goes down the inside of Eddie Duncan. And Barton's ahead at the hairpin. Just as I say, they're settling in. They get a change. So from the top end goes our leader, currently leading by probably now about 2 seconds. So down the main straight we go. Roberts still with a bit of a gap here. 0.3. It has closed slightly. But there's still loads of time left on the board here. 5.5 minutes to go. And Rattons has plenty of time there. So 0.2 now between Roberts and Ratton. A threat that's been coming for a little while now. And we are soon to be getting that here in this final, the closing stages of it. About just under 5 minutes to go. 0.2, that was the gap. 58 there on the outside as Charlie White now gets ahead of Daniel Barton. So there goes your leader. It's the number 15. And then Nikita Roberts, Oliver Ratton. Here's the gap for you all. 0.19 at the line. And that does mean there could be a battle ahead. So back towards the top bend, and you can really now see Roberts' little lead for that second place. As we go into and around Billy's through the S's. Down the main straight comes Roberts and Ratton once more. The gap is 0.17, but Charlie White's going nearly on the grass to try and get ahead of the 57 here. 57, Eddie Duncan still maintains P5. Benny Thursfield in a bit of a no man's land, which is great for him, as he's guaranteeing himself that 4th position there. But he's just outside the trophies. They are 1 in 5. White right on the rear of the 57. 57 really close then, having to almost counter steer. As he's now down the inside. White now ahead of Duncan. We shall find out as they come over the line here. And it is indeed a little big mix up there for 5th position as White, Duncan, Barton. As Charlie White is now leading that little pack of 3. Back to the front. Roberts set her personal best for this race so far, 41.18. As she's trying to dispatch away from Oliver Ratton. She did go 2 tenths quicker than him last time round. So to the top end we go with just under 2 minutes to go. We shall see what happens. Roberts just slightly slower that lap. Barton getting ahead of Duncan as well, just on the timings. So as we come towards the horseshoe here, Ratton playing it rather chill. One minute to go. One more minute for the Honda Cadets for round number 7, and 1 more minute for Ratton to try something. Or maybe not, you never know. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And Ratton really right on the rear here at the hairpin towards a horseshoe. Still similar. Right-hander. Top bend. 16 seconds. Couple of laps left to go. So through the S's. Down the back straight for these. Meanwhile, Luke McGall is very comfortable up in front. That 2-second gap that he's had from get-go. So here we are then, ladies and gentlemen, coming up to the last lap here. The board is out. And Roberts still stays second. 3 tenths is the gap. So here we are, and it's a more action time for 5th position with Charlie White, Barton and Duncan. Duncan on course for top novice for today. Nothing between Roberts and Ratton. And a little bit further back, we'll check on these in just a moment's time. But ladies and gentlemen, coming in for the checkered flag for this one is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, that's a little dude there. Checkered flag goes to Luke McGool. Nikita Roberts takes P2. Oliver Ratton third. Oh, I transitioned at the wrong time there. Finley Thursfield fourth. Daniel Barton takes fifth. Charlie White sixth. Eddie Duncan takes seventh. But is our top novice for the Honda Cadets. And then over the line goes Joshua Kynaston Wade, then Max Smith, which they both had a little battle there at the end. But that is it for the Honda Cadets for round 7. Right, then let's go to the grid for not the checker flag. For forget to do that. For the Rotax Cadet this time, it's Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland on the front row. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go for the Rotax Cadets. 14 minutes plus a lap once again. I am absolutely cooking up here in the commentary box. So top bend down the main straight. And we are underway. I just realised we're on the wrong screen completely here for these, and it is a false start. I was lucky. Well, not for them, but for me. I forgot to change the scene over. That's how warm I am. Right, let's see if we can go again. Sorry about the wind that may have come through the microphone then. I'm fanning myself. And we are underway this time round for the Rotax Cadets after a false start. We are here racing for round 7 for the finals. And Oakley Riggs is the one in front. So coming down the top bend then. Riggs followed by a side-by-side action from Coupland and Hawkridge. And I think it's the one on the right that's going to get it. No! The little switcheroo going on there. And it is the 78 Hawkridge, which is in front. Just resuming here for the commentary. Just had to open a couple more windows in here. It is unbearably hot. So Riggs is leading the way to Coupland, Hawkridge, then Churches, Kaiser next, and then out the back is Tomsit and the number 70 there. Nick B has a F100 final run. It has done already, I'm afraid. It was the first one out about 2 races ago now. But you can rewind back. It was just after the break it was. So not too much going on in the race as we could expect at the moment. Riggs leading by 0.74. Churches is fast, is out there at the moment. But everyone is pretty much spread out at the moment, which is not what you would have expected in this final. Top 3 are still within just over a second and a half. We have 4 minutes into this now. Oh my god, where's my voice gone? 4 minutes into this one. Once again, the Rotax Cadets spread easy at the moment. Roughly all the same. Coupland has gone fastest, 40.28. About 0.2 quicker than Riggs. So down the main straight we go once again, as these guys fly on through for another lap here. The 43 is slowly catching. So we'll see how the gap closes this time around. He closed it by a 10th last time out. And this time he's closed it by 2/10. Ethan Coupland on the charge for the Rotax Cadets. Through the S's, down the back straight they go. Riggs still in the lead, but with a very quick Coupland. Starting the charge early for this long final. So through the top bend we go. And that gap is nearing the tenths. It's in just under 2/10, but as we get to Billy's, that has closed even more. As we go through the S's, down the back straight we go. And you can just see Coupland eating away at those tenths and is now right on the back end of Oakley Riggs here. Now a 10th for this lap as the competitiveness has now come forth. So Riggs now having to be defensive into the hairpin as we go into the horseshoe next. And up towards the top bend. Now it's taken just over half of the race to get into some action here. A smart move so far. Cooper to make sure he's there for the near the end. So through the S's, down the back straight. And as we go towards the next part of the circuit here, Coupland is right on the rear of Riggs here. Are we going to see anything soon, or is it just going to be a pressure play from Coupland? Billy's 0.12 of the gap into the hairpin we go. Churches is about 1.4 seconds away from this one. And 1.5 from the lead. But someone who is right on the tail for the lead is Ethan Coupland. As he is this time going for it, not at the moment. He looked like he was going to try a charge down the inside. We'll see what Riggs does next time round to see if it gets done again. As Riggs still once again going defensive, taking the inside line for the hairpin. And then towards the horseshoe. Sticking in there. Coupland's really trying to find an alternative line here. He is trying. So 4.5 minutes to go on the normal races. We'll be nearing the halfway. But on these finals here, well and truly in the stick of it. So still nothing as of yet. He's really looking for it. Trying the switcheroo, but the door is closed. Down the back straight. Around the hairpin and horseshoe. Towards the top bend once again. Let's see what happens between these two. It was 0.1 last time out. It's super close between these two. Just watching the way they're going around the circuit at the moment. Very similar. Lap times are just near enough about the same. Coupland was a little bit slower, only by a 1/10. But is still there with Riggs. Everyone's shouting for another battle as Coupland tried for it. The other one going involved is Hawkridge and Kaiser. Through the S's down the back straight once more. I'll try and keep tabs on this battle a little bit later on, but at the back here, the 78 and 19. So towards the top bend. Down the main straight we come, and still 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes left on the clock. Oh, the Coupland's really wanting that inside once again. Trying the switcheroo, trying to open the gap. There is no gap. Coupland really trying to open and well, not force a gap as such, but oh, that's some cold air. Just to try and get a move made on Riggs. So down the main straight once again. Mechanic's really trying to edge him on. Through the S's. Down the back straight we go once again. Still nothing between these two at the moment. So closing stages here. 23 seconds remain. I've got some cool air coming into this building now. It's actually really nice. Whew. Right, into the hairpin. To the horseshoe. To the horseshoe. Through the red handle now. Tiptoe. Top bend. And down the main straight we come again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's go time. The last opportunities for Coupland. Billy's trying it again on that inside line. Riggs is going to have to go defensive. Down the back straight we go. Nearly side by side on the exit there, the hairpin. As we come to the horseshoe, Riggs still leads the way. Side by side on the exit. Here we go. Top bend. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Coming down the main straight is not going to be enough, unfortunately, for Coupland, because Oakley Riggs takes the checker flag and wins for the Rotax Cadets for round number 7. Ethan Coupland just 0.13 behind. Oscar Churches will take 3rd. Dewey Hawkridge 4th, Arthur Kaiser 5th, and Oscar Churches, I believe, will get the top novice, as trophies are 1 in 4, and I believe it's 2 trophies for the cadets, for the Rotax Cadets, and 1 novice. Lovely. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to the last 2 and the 2 big ones. It's the Junior Rotax with Yarrick Metters and Joshua Withcombe on the front row here. This could get interesting. So here we go then, formation laps for the Junior Rotax. So here we go then. It's time for the Junior Rotax. If you do want to find any of the results that are here currently, then scan the QR code and you'll be able to find those out over on the Alpha Timing website. But ladies and gentlemen, at the moment here on the YouTube live stream, it is Juniors away as we get ready to go. And it is a slow roll. So down the main straight we come. And we are underway for the Junior Rotax. Into Billy's we go. And leading the way, that is the 53 of Metters. Horseshoe next, right behind is the 29 of Withcombe. Towards the top end here. So it's Metters, Withcombe, Dyson, Holmes, Pepperell. Top 5. And your top 4 are the ones slightly splitting away from the rest of the field here. As we go down into the hairpin. Holmes looking for something there ahead of Dyson, but stayed behind for now. As we go into the horseshoe, the 72 is there. Kai Pepperell. AKA Pepper. So around we go. So Metta's not being able to dispatch this top 5. There's 14 minutes in this race, and yet we are still close on our front runners. So down the main straight we come. As they all fly on down into Billy's. Very close between our front 2 here. Withcombe, number 25 there. 0.1 on the line. when for the gap. Dyson is there in third. Holmes sticking on the rear for him at the moment. A little gap forming between second and third. 0.3 at the line last time round. 29 really just sticking on the rear of Metas here. Looked for the right-hand side, but goes wide and very deep indeed. But did open the gap for a different driver this time. That'll be number 72. Dyson taking advantage of that one. As Withcomb just goes really deep and couldn't control it. And as such, stayed straight. So a little bit of a change there on the grid then. We'll see where Withcomb ended up in the end as well. Would like to know where he flew off to. Withcomb dropped down to P4, so not too bad. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. The 72 leading and a little gap. As Withcomb going down the inside of Holmes. Pepperell in 5th position there as well. Kometa in that list as well. As we come towards the top bend, Joshua Withcomb given a contact warning here. So round we go. Meta's right on the rear of Dyson as we go into Billy's. He went down the inside and shut the door. Meta's back in the lead from the start once again. Hairpin. Look at that. You got your top 7 within 4 minutes of racing still. Once again, top bend here as we come on down. Meta's now leading by 0.3 as Dyson's down 2 positions actually. He's down into P3 here. Holmes just hanging in on P4 with the 37 of Pepperell right behind. There's all the changes there on your screen for you all at home. Withcomb, deja vu again. He's charging back up towards Metas. 34.85. Withcomb sets the fastest lap of this race. And is forming a gap now. The gap on the line was 0.7. That looks like it's opened even a little bit further now. Holmes 0.2 to third. But Dyson needs to close that gap to join that party back up once again. So towards the top bend we come, and then down the main straight. Like I said, it's almost deja vu here. So we've rolled back a few laps. Withcomb right on the end, a little bit twitchy on the rear of Metas there. Could have really disrupted both races for both of them. Bit too close for comfort there, but the control of Metas there, managing to keep it going where he wanted. Dyson, 1 second behind on the line. It looks like that might have closed just a little bit there. Withcomb does have a lot of pace here. And is trying to tell Metas that pretty much. So down the main straight. In we go, Metas defensive. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Withcomb still right there. But Metas defensive. Withcomb's really trying. He's pushing him back in towards Dyson. And bringing back the battle to the pack once again. Another contact warning given to Joshua Withcomb. He has now got to be careful. He has got to be careful for the rest of this race now. Not even halfway through. You do not want to get the black flag. Very close racing here still. As a little bit further back, it looks like there's a 3 wide for a moment. Someone just snuck through quite nicely. I think the number 76 there, getting ahead of the 37, and he hasn't indeed. Max Chown has just gone up a couple of positions. It was a little touch and go between, it was Pepperelli and the Cometa. Get that updated shortly on your screens as they come over the line. So Max Chown up into P5. Meanwhile, back at the front again. 2x2s for battles. It's Metters and Withcombe. And then Dyson and Holmes are the two on that stage. Chown has a nice comfortable lead in front of him for 5th position. But look how close it is between Metters and Withcombe. Those two have not let go since the start. There was a little moment when Withcombe nearly didn't join that party, but he has regained and caught straight back up again. It's nearly side by side at the exit. The hairpin there. It's rough and tough between the two. As we go towards the top bend. As blue flags are up, Meta's defensive. And the back marker getting well out of the way. Well done to that driver. Respecting the blue flags and respecting the race at hand. Meta's still defensive. Side by side at the exit between the two, and it looks like Withcombe's ahead. He is indeed. Withcombe is now leading the race after a couple of corners there at the hairpin and horseshoe. So down the main straight we go. Change for the lead once again. This time it's Withcombe leading with just over 5 minutes to go. Dyson 3rd and Holmes 4th. We've lost Izzy Lawton on this one. She has just popped into the pits. Our first retiree for the Junior Rotax final. She was chilling in P13 at the time. So there goes the grid there for the few spots. Down the inside. And back around for the change again. Dyson and Holmes swapping positions a few times there. Dyson retains and gets back his P3. That podium position there. Let's go around into the horseshoe next. 0.2 is the gap that Metters needs to close here to get that P1 back again. And that gap is opening, 0.4. Dyson, Holmes and Chown are now the next three with a battle at hand for P4 as we've got a retiree here from Metters. His cart's slow and he's chucked himself into the cut through. And that's the end of his race. What drama to have here at the end. He is mad. It's only game. That is the end of Metters' race here. He is out. So that means Withcombe's lead is major big, but also Dyson and Holmes promote themselves up one position. So now this battle that was for 3rd is now for P2. Metters is still in the cart though. He does need to get out of that cart and get himself to the marshal post. He's having a massive paddy. So as we go on through here, the battle with the 72, 94, 76 are there. Metters finally got out of his cart and he's kicking his cart. Somebody needs to calm down a little bit. Right then, back to the action for P2 as Withcombe is 3.76 ahead. And in that position, it looks like the 76 of Max Chown is the one in second position. So Withcombe, Chown, Dyson is your top three. So 1 minute 16 remains. Lots of action in that midfield battle there. And in there is the 37 that's in front of it. It's Kai Pepperell. Contact warning given to Leo Steed. I think he's a back marker as well. Lots of action happening in that P5 area. As the 62 is ahead of the others there. As the 29 of Withcombe just about to get close to our back marker of Leo Steed, being lapped now by 2. But a 5.28 second lead for Withcombe after the retiree and strop from the 53 of Metas. Chow fought hard and is in P2 at the moment. But ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the last lap of this race. So, here we go. Who is going to be taking second or third here, as Max Chow has a bit of a gap here. And it's between Dyson and Holmes for third. It's up in there as I looked at the timing screen. Through the S's, down the back straight. The 72, Dyson, still ahead. Maybe Holmes run wide. So around we go. Very tight and side by side between the 50, 94, I think. Oh, can't see the numbers, but checker flag. Checker flag going to Joshua Withcombe. And second position goes to Max Chow. Archie Dyson takes third. Rufus Home fourth. Hani Sadiq fifth. Karthik Kometa sixth. Kai Pepperell seventh. Aidan Clark eighth. Lucas Reed ninth. And then Alfred Matthews 10th. Lost 2 drivers out of that one. Messers and Lawton were the 2 retiring from that race. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of that one. And what a race it was for the mid-start. As we get ready for the next and final race for today, the Senior Rotax with Billy Edgecombe and Ben Page on pole. Says Messrs Kart being pushed off circuit there, and we will get ready to kickstart off our last race for today, Senior Rotax. I think he's still mad. So, on to the seniors, like I said. Could be on for a good one once more. So, ladies and gentlemen, the senior Rotax for their formation laps. Okay then, senior Rotax for their 14-minute final. 14 minutes left of this race day. And it is just 7 minutes to 5. So for once, we're actually finishing after 5. We've been live for over 7 hours, and it's about 6.5 roughly. Just over 6 hours of actual live commentary. The couple of breaks that we've had today. And my voice is feeling it. So, down the main straight we will come, and we will kick-start off the senior Rotax with, the last time today, a good old start, and we are off racing for the senior Rotax for the last time for round number 7, and we are through. Billy Edgecombe is in the lead. Second is the 51 of Jamie Burt, who I believe was on the second row at the start. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And up towards the top bend we go. So, Edgecombe followed by Burt, Page, Tribe, Crockett, your top 5. Edgecombe with a slight lead, 0.2 on the line. As coming back there from 4th position, Tribe on, I think that was the 51 at the time. Ben Page is up in 2nd. So Edgecombe leading by 0.3, Page in 2nd position. Tribe has a little gap between him and Burt, 0.3. He's about 1 second behind the leader at the moment. Edgecombe is being caught though here. This is a much longer race than usual. We're used to 12 minutes up here for the finals. It's only since the last couple of rounds that it's been up to by 2 minutes for all the classes. And it does bring a lot more interest into the racing here, because there's a lot of planning you got to do. Don't go full attack straight away. For some of these, they do still go full flat out first to try and keep up with the top runners. As Jamie Burt is a 1 in 4th and is just hanging on to the back of the top 3. As Daniel Tribe is really looking for positions here on Ben Page. So, top bend. Down the main straight we come once again. No changes to that top 3, but Tribe really on it on the WC here. Around Billy's we go. Through the S's and down the back straight we go. And the 61 still in 3rd position. Not looking for a move just yet. Looking for a move there at the horseshoe as he goes for the inside. WC on the outside. Can he stay on the inside? He does indeed for the right-hander. And just like that, no changes between Page and Tribe, but Billy Edgecombe's lead increases just by 4/10 there. That's a lot of time benefited there for Edgecombe. The 25 of Flan, chilling there in 5th. Tribe once again still right on the rear of the WC. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Tribe looking for the inside. Does he get it this time round? He does indeed. Squeezes on in. And around he goes up into second. So we have a spinner on the main straight. That's unusual. Not the main straight, the back straight, but still, that is unusual. So then a new change for second position. Tribe up into P2. (14) of Arthur Thacker there on the rear of Cameron Crockett. Crockett, a hard one to get past sometimes. As they go into the hairpin, into the horseshoe. Tribe right on the rear of Billy Edgecombe here. As the gap is really closing up here. 2/10 last time, but we are looking in the 0.0s here, I believe. We are indeed. 0.07, a common number for today. As we go around Billy's, through to the S's, and down the back straight we go here. Spinner down at Billy's, and back to Billy. Still leading the way, keeping the threats away of Daniel Tribe. So top bend, back down we come once again. 0.17 the gap. So go from the top bend, through Billy, through the S's. So a little bit further back, it looks like Arthur Thacker has got off ahead of Cameron Crockett. Like I said, sometimes a tough cookie to get past, as Bertie Wellesley trying the outside move that normally Arthur Thacker does. And he snuck himself up in position as well. So no change from the front. Daniel Tribe really going for it. A little bit of tapping going on there at the front. Billy Edgecombe just about managing to maintain his lead, but the WC of Ben Page has managed to benefit from that. He's up into P2 with a touch and go Daniel Tribe, now down to P3. So around the hairpin and horseshoe we go as we come towards the top bend here and down the main straights. So once again, Tribe's done the dive bomb down the inside. The WC just let the place open up again. Tribe with a contact warning as we near the halfway mark for this race, which for some drivers is go time, as we've seen in the last couple of races here. So top end, down the main straight we come. Edgecombe still leads this race with a 3/10 lead, but Daniel Tribe is quick out there today, fastest of a 34.36, which is about just a tenth and a bit quicker than Edgecombe's best. I think just thousandths quicker. But down the main straight we come once again. Tribe really close in this gap here now. 0.09 at the line, and goes for the inside run again. But Edgecombe is still once again managing to stay out in front. How he does it, I don't know. But he is really sticking there for the moment. Tribe, P2. Horseshoe. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend once again. Page just in the background there. This time Edgecombe has gone defensive into Billy's, just to guarantee he doesn't get dive bombed again. And again, defensive into the hairpin. Ben Page into this game as now as well. You can get Rufus Flannan if we are going to get that. So right-hander, top bend, and now you're top 4. Possibly looking like they'll be within a second now. So down the main straight we come. And now your top 4 is in within half a second. No room for error at the front here. As we go through the S's down the back straight. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Arthur Thacker defending, or getting ahead of even, Jamie Burt. But here we go then, the top 4 with just over 9 minutes of racing here are now grouped together, and it's Edgecombe defending off Tribe. So here we go, into Billy's once again. Edgecombe defensive, trying to make sure he doesn't open a gap here, but he has done. Down the inside, no! How is Edgecombe doing this today? He has managed to stay ahead, but very defensive. Trying the outside here, as Rufus Flanner said, don't count him out. And indeed, he is up into P3 now. As we go towards the top bend here. So top bend, Edgecombe, Tribe, Page. Nearing 10 minutes of racing. Edgecombe once again defensive. Tribe following through as well. Flan looking for the opportunity. Through the S's, back straight we go. Hairpin next. Are we going to see anything from any of these? Edgecombe just playing it chill. Top bend, and we come back down the main straight once more. Out of focus, of course. So it looks like Edgecombe is taking it really defensive here and trying to keep that door closed to Daniel Tribe. Rufus Flan is there still, though, not a little bit further back, just 0.2 when they cross the line. It's relatively the same here as we go on through. Ben Page just watching this from the back to try and take the opportunity once again. Arthur Thacker could potentially join us. So once again, Billy's defensive for Billy. So down the back straight. Keeping the door closed. Hairpin. Horseshoe next. Top bend here, and down the main straight we come once again. And there's literally no changes with this top 4. I told you Arthur Thacker could join this one. There's still 2 minutes to go. Thacker has been closing 10th by 10th each lap. So we could be having a party of 5 here for this battle, but Rufus Flan going in defensive for the horseshoe. As we go towards the top bend here. Down the main straight. Tribe is right on the rear this time round. Billy Edgecombe still defensive here. Flan defensive to Page. It's defense ooh-ha-ha for this run. So Tribe getting a little bit further back for the hairpin. Some fantastic racing here from the front lot. Not forgetting the other lot, which I believe Bertie Wellesley's in that lot. A bit further back, but I do want to focus, unfortunately, on the front lot because it is any moment now we could have an opportunity here. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. The 22 still leads it, and Tribe still trying. And like I said, don't count out Arthur Thacker. And I said he could join us in this, and he is now on the back of this battle here. And you never know, could make up another sneaky position here with 45 seconds left on the clock. Here we go. So into Billy's. Once again, Billy Edgecombe basically back in the pack up a little bit with his defensive drive. But it is working for him, and that's all that matters at the moment. Daniel Tribe unable to pass. Rufus Flan just staying in there at the moment. Will he be able to pick at Tribe? As we go towards the top bend once again. And come on down. There's no budging here as Arthur Thacker forcing Ben Page to go defensive. He goes deep. Thacker up into P4. What did I tell you? He's joined and he is participating here. Could he get a podium position here? The clock is at 0. And it is all go time now. One final lap. So down the main straight we come. Last lap out. Billy Edgecombe defensive once again. It's really grouped up here now through the S's. Down the back straight we go. Still Edgecombe being defensive around the hairpin. Daniel Tribe just still unable to pass here or create a gap. Flan just managed to stay in there. Thacker is holding on to that P4 that he managed to get. That's just sneak in towards the top bend. What are we going to see, ladies and gentlemen, coming from the top bend and coming down the main straight? A drive and a half from Mr. Billy Edgecombe, who takes a checkered flag after many, many laps of defending Daniel Tribe. Rufus Flan third, Arthur Thacker fourth, and Ben Page fifth. The rest of the results here on the screen, but my God, what a final. I bet he's knackered out in front there. That is, and I kid you not, over 10 minutes of pressure. Constant pressure, and Billy Edgecombe did not crack. And how he managed to stay out in front some of those times, I do not know. What a drive. There's going to be some great highlights reels coming to you on this YouTube channel over the next bit. That's a bit rude, Reggie Clay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. That is it. That is all she wrote for round number 7. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Thank you to everybody on Facebook that has joined us, and especially to everybody here on YouTube. Thanks for joining me in the comment section as well. It's most appreciated. But that is it from here. We'll be back next month for round number 8. I can't believe we're nearly there. 3 more rounds to go, and we'll be done and dusted with the 2024 season, but still 3 more to go. Trophy presentation will be held here later on. This will be taken as picture form instead of live streaming as we usually do. The picture format seems to work a little bit better. But otherwise, thank you very much for watching. My name's been Alex, and I shall see you all next month. Thank you, and goodbye.